We ready, Mr. Evans?
Yes, Mr. Chair.
Ms. Miller Anderson. I'd like to call to order our regular city council meeting. The date is August 21st and the time is 6:10 p.m. Madam Clerk, roll call.
Mayor Ronnie Felder, Chairperson Douglas Lawson,
Here.
Chair Pro Tem Troderick McCoy,
Here.
Councilperson Kashamba Miller Anderson,
Present.
Councilperson Shirley Lanier, Councilperson Glenn Spiritus, City Manager Jonathan Evans,
Present.
Acting City Clerk Deborah Hall McCullen is present, City Attorney Don Nguyen.
Here.
Mr. Chair, you have a quorum, you may proceed.
Thank you. If we can have a moment of silence, followed by the Pledge of Allegiance, led by Dr. Spiritus. To the flag of the United States of America, and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Do we have any additions, deletions, or substitutions?
Yes, Mr. Chair, we have two items that we would like to have removed from the consent agenda. Madam Clerk, if you can read those items into the record.
Yes, sir. City Council Board Chairperson and Chair Pro Tem and City Council members. Item 2B, as in boy, the Planning and Zoning Board appointment is being deleted from the agenda. And item 3A, as in apple, this one is the authorizing a settlement that is also being deleted from the agenda.
Thank you. Additional deletions, additions, or substitutions? Disclosures from the board? Motion to
Mr. Chair.
adopt? Councilman McCoy.
Just so I'm reminded, and it's been a while, so Ms. Nguyen, of the items related to the Carrington Pines, which of these are considered, or are we treating as quasi judicial?
None of them, sir.
None of them?
No, they're legislative.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Motion to adopt agenda?
So moved.
Roll call, Madam Clerk.
Councilperson Lanier? Councilperson Spiritus?
Yes.
Councilperson Miller Anderson?
Yes.
Chair Pro Tem McCoy?
Yes.
Chair Lawson?
Yes.
Unanimous vote.
Consent agenda. Items on the consent are considered routine in nature and will be discussed with one motion. Do we have anyone that wants to pull an item from consent? Councilwoman Lanier, go ahead.
We can't hear.
If you could check that microphone. Three B or 3D?
3D.
3D, thank you. Remove 3D from consent. Additional items?
Chair,
Councilwoman Lanier, go
are
ahead.
we gonna do the board appointments before the resolutions on consent?
Are we going to, if you want to remove the board appointments, we can, but it's on consent.
Oh, the board appointments are on consent.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
So right now, it's just 3D. Additional items? Do we have any public comment cards, Madam Clerk?
Yes, sir. We have one public comment card for consent.
We could hear that, please?
Mr. Lloyd Brown?
Thank you. Mr. Brown? Consent.
Not anything about what's going on with it and who you're gonna put in there. I just want to ask the question because some people told me to ask. Like these people, I mean, I'm trying to stay on the same subject. they asked me, like people who are on the CRA or like any kind of planning and zoning board. I mean, do these people, do they have property in these areas? I'm just saying, is that a conflict of interest? I ain't talking about this person you're trying to get in now. I'm talking about any kind of planning and zoning, something to do with, okay, I'll say the development of the city in certain areas. So like if the person got homes in some area, see, I'm trying to keep on the subject without, if he got homes or some own houses in certain areas, I don't see like these people. I don't know if we got them now. Could be in the CRA or any kind of planning, you know, especially if you got a few houses. Yeah, I want you to build this over there. Let's vote on it, You understand what I'm saying? I hope you do. Is there people on these different boards that own property, something to do with development that can increase the value of their property because they are voting on these different things? I don't really, I see this, whoever this is you're talking about, there's no problem if they hire or put in that position, but I'm just wondering, if you own property, you can still, maybe you can answer that some other time, but if you own property in these areas that's being developed, how can you vote on them? That's what I want to know. Thank you.
And if you could just state your name for the record, sir. Thank you. Additional comments, additional public comment cards?
Mr. Chair, that's the end of public comments.
Thank you. Did we take a motion to adopt the consent? Motion been made. Do we have a second?
Second.
Motion been made and properly seconded with removing 3D. Roll call, Madam Clerk?
Councilperson Spiritus,
Yes.
Councilperson Miller Anderson,
Yes.
Councilperson Lanier,
Yes.
Chair Pro Tem McCoy,
Yes.
Chair Lawson,
Yes.
unanimous vote.
Thank you. 3D?
I'm sorry, with 3D and,
Sorry,
I'm
Councilman?
sorry, we removed 3A, right?
No, just 3D.
I'm sorry, 3A was deleted, correct?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Thank you.
We're going to hear 3D. Councilwoman Lanier asked to hear that item.
Thank you.
Madam Clerk?
Item 3D, resolution number 121-24, collective bargaining agreement between the City of Riviera Beach and Florida Public Services Union, Service Employees International Union, SEIU.
Thank you. Mr. Evans?
Mr. Chair, members of the board, if I can have our Human Resources Director, Ms. Tennille DeCassi, to make this presentation.
Good evening, Honorable Mayor, Chairperson, and Councilpersons. Tennille DeCassi, Director of Human Resources and Risk Management. I do want to advise you that we came to agreement with SEIU on August 9th, 2024. The union ratified it last week on the 16th, with 93 members saying yes and 0 saying no, meaning they want the contract, they love the contract. Just to go over some highlights, we increased our safety and health shoe allowance, meaning it went from $175 to $250. We also increased education reimbursement from $2,500 to $4,000 to show that we want our employees to be happy. We want them to go get education. We want to reimburse at the highest number we can. Most important to retain our employees and attract new employees is the increase over wages, Article 21. It's approximately a 20% increase over 3 years, 15% over the first year, 2.5, second year, and third year, 2.5. This means we collect some of the pay steps, and the minimum start will be $45,000. Currently, it's about $34,000, which is $16.33 an hour is going up to $21.63 an hour. And those are the highlights, the high-level highlights.
Thank you. Councilwoman Lanier?
No, I didn't have any questions. I wanted this to be presented because there were, I thought the public needed to know about what that contract entailed, what was the differences in it, and then also I had asked about the firefighters union contract as well, so that people can know and have an update about what was happening with it.
Through the chair.
Go ahead.
Thank you, Madam Councilwoman. We just closed IFF today with a tentative agreement.
Very good.
And I did want to have this pulled, but I just wanted to thank you, Mr. Costi, for your work on this. We having 100% support from our union reps and from getting this negotiated, not having any issues or hurdles coming this down and making sure we took care of our employees. So thank you for the great work, you and Mr. Evans' staff. Thank you both for getting this done. We
Thank you.
appreciate it.
Thank you, Chair.
Additional comments from the board? Roll call, Madam Clerk.
Mr. Chair, two things. First, I want to recognize the mayor being present on the dais at this time. And then also, we need a motion and second on this item.
Thank you.
So move.
Second.
Motion been made and properly seconded. Madam Clerk, do we have any public comment cards?
No public comment cards for this item, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Roll call.
Councilperson Lanier?
Yes.
Councilperson Miller Anderson?
Yes.
Councilperson Spiritus?
Yes.
Chair Pro Tem McCoy?
Yes.
Chair Lawson?
Yes,
Unanimous vote.
thank you. 8A.
Item 8A, ordinance 4261, an ordinance of the City Council of the City of Riviera Beach, Palm Beach County, Florida, amending City Code of Ordinances, Chapter 31, ZA-24-0001 on behalf of 4142 Leo Lane and Sinatra and Company, approving a rezoning amendment application to rezone a plus or minus 2.5148 acre parcel located at 4142 Leo Lane from a low-density multifamily dwelling district to a multifamily dwelling district, providing for applicability, conflict, severability, and codification, and providing for an effective date.
So move.
Second.
Thank you. Mr. Evans?
Mr. Chair and members of the board, if I can have the Director of Development Services, Mr. Clarence Sermons, to make this presentation.
Welcome, Mr. Evans.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Mr. Manager. Good evening, members of council, Honorable Mayor, and Madam Attorney. I am Clarence Sermons, Director of Development Services for the City of Riviera Beach. The item before you is a rezoning of the aforementioned parcel on Leo Lane. This is second reading. There have been no changes to this ordinance between first and second reading. If council is desirous of a presentation, staff is prepared as well as the applicant.
Board, do we want to hear a presentation? No presentation? I'm sorry, not roll call. The public comment cards?
We don't have any public comment cards for this item, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Roll call, Madam Clerk?
Councilperson Lanier?
Yes.
Councilperson Spiritus? Councilperson Miller Anderson? Chair Pro Tem McCoy?
Yes.
Chairperson Lawson?
Yes,
Unanimous vote.
thank you. 9A.
Item 9A, ordinance number 4222, an ordinance of the City Council of the City of Riviera Beach, Palm Beach County, Florida, approving the application from Wantman Group, Inc., requesting a future land use map amendment from a recreational designation to partially single-family residential 6-unit acre and low-density multiple family residential designation for an approximately 63.58 acres parcel of land formerly known as Lone Pine Golf Course with postal address 6251 North Military Trail, Riviera Beach, Florida, identified by parcel control number 5642423607000010, providing for severability, repeal of laws and conflict, codification, and providing an effective date. Mr. Chair, we do have public comment cards for this item. The acceptance of the public comment cards for this item is now closed.
So move.
Second.
Motion been made and properly seconded. Mr. Evans?
Mr. Chair, this time I'll ask the Director of Development Services, Mr. Clarence Sermons, to make this presentation.
Thank you, Mr. Manager. Good evening again, Mr. Chair and members of council. I am going to go ahead and proceed into the presentation for this item. The headers on the screen, and I will caveat that this presentation is related to the proposed project. There are 2 items on the agenda related to it. If no issue from the board, I will cover both of them in one presentation. The project location is indicated by the image on the screen. The property proposed for redevelopment is highlighted with a red outline right now. It is located between North Military Trail, Canterbury Drive North, and Canterbury Drive South. It is approximately 63.58 acres. There is no current use on the property. It was formerly a golf course. The proposed use is single-family dwelling units and townhomes. The existing land use is recreational. The proposed land use is single-family home residential and low-density multiple-family residential. The existing zoning for the property is recreation open space, and the proposed zoning is residential plan unit development. Between April 2020 and May of 2022, this project received extensive review by staff of multiple city departments, third-party reviewers, and 3 other government agencies. The different reviews are listed on the screen. During this time, all reviewers confirmed that all of their comments had been addressed for their respective areas of disciplines, meaning that all comments and items and areas of review have either been met, will be met during construction permit review, or have conditions of approval. Between October 2020 and May of 2023, the applicant held 9 community meetings and reported them to city staff. City staff attended several of those meetings. The listed dates and types of meetings that were provided to staff are shown on the screen. Additionally, the City of Riviera Beach held a community meeting regarding this project on August 31st, 2022. There were approximately 70 residents present at the city-hosted meeting. As you are aware, in July of 2024, there was a vote to reconsider this item, which is why it's back before you tonight. Since that time, the applicant reported that there were no significant community conversations that occurred between the developer and the community. After their attempts to have those conversations, the applicant indicated that they were ready to bring this back before you for reconsideration. On the screen is the flyer that they provided for the attempted community outreach since the July meeting of, excuse me, that year is incorrect. That was July 2023 when the vote to reconsider took place. Since that meeting, this flyer and one other was provided to staff as evidence of attempts to communicate with the community by the developer. In terms of public outreach, ahead of this hearing, city staff received a petition containing over 200 signatures of residents in opposition to this rezoning. Staff of various city departments verified that enough signatures existed on the petitions to trigger Section 31-5 of our Land Development Code for protested rezonings. This means that a supermajority vote would be required to adopt the zoning amendment ordinance on second reading. Public notice was properly executed for this hearing according to city regulations as well as state statutes. And staff's recommendation is that City Council review the submitted application for a future land use map amendment. Staff recommends that City Council reviews the submitted zone map amendment as presented. That concludes the staff presentation. The applicant is here and prepared to present as well.
Thank you. Councilman McCoy, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Sermons, curious, what kind of internal processes does development services use when determining whether to recommend? Because particularly, just even on the last rezoning item that we had, dealing with the property on Leo Lane, staff recommended approval. But interestingly, on this one, you recommended that we review it. So is this something just arbitrary, or is there some sort of process? Because I just find it very interesting and seemingly arbitrary and capricious when you guys choose to make recommendations for approval and recommendations for the council to review it. Can you share that with us?
Yes, in the case of this project, there are areas of our land development code and comprehensive plan that support keeping this land the way it is, as well as developing it for residential. And staff is in a position where it has it can meet the regulations of the code, but in terms of a recommendation, we believe this is more of a policy decision than a review of our code. We did have the conversation on this item the first time there was a reading, and this board did give guidance that your preference is that a recommendation, positive or negative, be given on these items, and staff has received that. This particular item has not changed because it is the same item that you've heard before, but staff has received that. In the future, we will make sure that there is a positive or negative recommendation coming from us for our projects. Councilman, go ahead.
I'm sorry. So you said a whole lot, but basically this is not something that's solidified in some sort of process or policy. What you're saying, and you said a lot of it, this is just discretionary and more or less arbitrary based on the circumstances around it. There's nothing that's ironclad established as to when staff determines if they're going to issue a recommendation of approval, a recommendation of denial, or a recommendation of, we recommend the council reviews it. There's not a policy, is what I'm saying.
There is nothing codified in our ordinance in terms of what would distinguish a positive staff recommendation versus a negative. So we utilize multiple factors when determining that.
Well, your multiple factors is arbitrary. That's what I'm saying. I'm trying to establish that there's no rational basis for it, that you use factors. But if you can't reduce those factors to a policy that you're going to apply to every zoning change, I argue and submit to you that, I mean, I'm looking for some help from the attorney that you're making an arbitrary suggestion here. And perhaps we need to look at this going forward, but I just find it very particularly interesting that staff chooses to take cover on certain items, but on others, you have no problem recommending approval, just like the rezoning we've seen on Leo Lane. So you answered my question that it was completely arbitrary. There's not an established policy. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, and that was my exact concerns at the last meeting. Moving forward, I would have preferred that if this item's being brought back before us, whether it was just rehearing the same item or not, that we had a staff recommendation. So, Attorney Nguyen, is there anything in regards to policy that can be set, excuse me, or any clear direction for the board? Because we don't want an arbitrary decision from staff to either approve or deny. Excuse me, but go ahead, Attorney Nguyen.
No, sir. Based on what Mr. Sermon said, he took your previous recommendation or direction under consideration. However, he did not apply it to this project. It's not a legal issue. It's an administrative issue. I can't tell him whether or not to approve or recommend approval or disapproval of a project.
Ms. Evans?
Mr. Chair, if I may, with regards to the approvals that are provided by staff or recommendations for approval, I've worked in agencies whereby approvals are not even provided by the staff. It's approve or deny, and it gives the board basically the option, but it invariably is a policy decision. Now, I think the crux of the issue really stems from, does what is being requested, is there compliance with the land development regulations and the documents, the comprehensive plan and the like. And so from that point, is there, Director Sermons, anything that is in conflict that, and I think you mentioned it, and if we can dive a little bit deeper with respect to why there was in fact invariably a neutral stance from staff concerning this particular matter.
So on this particular item, it is and was brought to public hearing because the project was found to be consistent with the land development regulations and the comprehensive plan. So it either complied or met enough of the goals, objectives, and priorities of our comprehensive plan and met the development regulations of our land development code. So it is consistent with our approved documents. In terms of the recommendation to approve or disapprove, there is nothing that requires that from staff, which is why this particular recommendation was neutral. The council communicated the last time that you are not in favor of neutral recommendations, that you want to see positive or negative. So we understand that. In terms of drafting a policy for when it will be positive versus negative, we can put something on paper to that effect. But in this case, this project would be consistent with our land development code and our comprehensive plan if you take the action to approve the ordinances associated with it.
So for clarity, that says that staff is approving this item or recommends approval of this item?
Staff is saying that this is consistent with our land development regulations if the ordinances before you are approved.
Okay.
Mr. Chair, if I may.
Mr. Evans?
So this particular item complies with all what the zoning comp plan, all the regulatory documents that they must comply with. This particular proposal is in fact in compliance of those things.
Okay, thank you. I believe we're going to hear from Councilman McCoy. Go ahead.
Thank you. So I'm clear, and I'm having seeming like some issues with this document, but I'm looking at the staff report. It references Carrington Pines second reading. Is there not a recommendation in this staff report from, I guess, a previous second reading? And for some reason, my pages aren't loading as they were just a moment ago, but.
Mr. Sermons?
I'm sorry, what was the question?
Is there a recommendation from the second reading inside the backup?
There a recommendation?
Okay, I see it. It's here now. It says staff recommends that the council review the submitted applications.
Okay.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, sir. I believe we're going to hear from the applicant.
Good evening, Hope Calhoun, Land Use Counsel for the applicant. You will hear tonight from a few of our professionals after I speak very briefly, but I just wanted to point out on tonight's agenda, the memo for both applications just above the attachments. So it's on page 3, recommendation. Staff recommends a motion to approve. So staff did make a recommendation for both of the applications before you tonight. As I said, you are going to hear from a number of professionals tonight.
I'm sorry.
Yep.
Councilman McCoy, go
You
ahead.
mind repeating that?
On page, so there's a memorandum that goes with each agenda item. The memorandum starts with the background. After the background is a section called City Goals. After City Goals, it says Fiscal Budget Impact. And then after that, it says Recommendations. Under the Recommendation section, it reads, Staff recommends a motion to approve. Just under that, it has all the attachments. So there is a section in the staff report that indicates that staff is recommending approval. That statement is on both of the applications before you tonight for this particular project. Did I answer your question, Councilmember McCoy?
Yes, you referred to a cover page. I think, yes, this is definitely a memo, but I see it. Thank you.
So again, just the first section reads background, just so we're all looking at the same thing. The second section is titled City Goals. The next section is titled Fiscal Budget / Budget Impact. The next section is titled Recommendation, and then the final section is titled Attachments. So with that, again, we've been at this now for over 4 years. We've had, as outlined in the staff report, a number of meetings with elected officials, with
Mr.
the
Chair.
residents.
Councilman, go ahead.
So
Oh,
can we suspend her for just a second?
Please.
Let's talk about this. So
Yes, sir.
I think now after what I thought I recall seeing, I'm confirming that it's both on the agenda and in the memo. And it appears to be in conflict. So prior to getting started, should we not get clarification?
And before she does get started, we did want to actually get that Attorney Nguyen, if you could just give us, first off, the clear process for this presentation, if we're going to be given timelines for the applicant and the intervenor, number one, and then also second, to address Councilman McCoy's concern as well.
Okay, yes, the last time you all heard this, you gave 10 minutes for the applicant and 10 minutes for the intervenor. And so in keeping with what you've done in the past, that's the recommendation. Staff and I, Mr. Sermons and I discussed that today. Of course, that time frame is totally up to the board.
Thank you.
to the council. As it relates to, what was your concern, Mr. McCoy? It was still on the approval versus staff just not providing a recommendation? I just pointed out to Mr. McCoy that the agenda does say staff recommends motion to approve the ordinance.
Councilman.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Mr.
Actually,
Chair, if I may?
I'm sorry, who was
So,
that?
Mr. Chair, if I may?
Hold on one second. Councilman,
yes.
finish your comments.
So I thought I recall seeing it, and yeah, it's not only on the agenda, it's also on the, as Ms. Calhoun said, it's on the memo, but we often refer to it as the cover page. So I see it twice now on here. So that's all I have. And then obviously it says recommend review. So I see 2 times for approval and 1 time for a review. That's it. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Sermons, go ahead.
Yes, to address that, the staff's stance and recommendation is reflected in what's in the staff report and what was just presented before you tonight. Due to a Scrivener's error related to the software system used for the agenda, that template language was carried over, but staff's recommendation is what was stated tonight and what's in the staff report.
Thank you, sir. And board members, do we want to just hear the 10-minute presentation from the applicant and 10 minutes from the intervenor? That's okay? We're okay with that? Thank you.
Actually,
Councilman McCoy, go ahead.
you know, considering, right, this is an application that is triggered by them. They're here because of them. We tabled the whole entire meeting. Now, with even more ambiguity, where even Mr. Sermons acknowledged that it's a Scrivener's error in the agenda software system, he has yet to explain why the very memo or cover letter that he has says the same exact thing, that recommends approval. So I don't want to limit them, especially if they now have to go back and clarify what clears to be several conflicts on the city staff part, especially for a project that's been, 3 years or more. So I would not like to quantify it. I would certainly like that they can do it as expeditious as possible, but clearly our staff is confused.
Agreed, and I would like for us to actually give the equivalent time to the intervenor as well. So if we're going to allow for them to do the 15 or 20-minute presentation, hopefully we can keep it within a timely fashion, but we'll give the same time to the intervenor as well.
Chair?
Councilwoman Lanier, go ahead.
Yeah, I don't think that the staff is confused. This issue came back before the board after being voted down. And there was whatever issues that were related to parliamentary procedures or whatever the case was in regards to bringing this back. But this item was defeated. It was done. And this came back to the board for some technicality. So I don't think that the issue is regarding the staff. The issue is that if you're going to make a decision, make it. And you don't have to get into, bashing the staff about it. This is an issue that takes a vote. And you are allowed to vote, according to your conscience. You're allowed to vote however you need to vote. But the deal here is that, you don't want to muddy this water in regards to why are we really here? And we're really here because this was defeated and was brought back on a technicality. So we can move forward, but let us be clear about why we're here for this issue.
To that point, Councilwoman Lanier, I actually have to disagree with you. The sentiments of this being a Scrivener's error is not acceptable. We can't continue to allow for staff or anyone to come to the table with items that's not fully baked, fully cooked, and properly documented. So I don't care if it's this issue or any other issue, because the applicant has every right to come before us 100 times if they continue to bring this application to the board. The staff needs to make sure they provide a fully cooked document, and if we identify it as a Scrivener error or as any error, it needs to be properly done. So yes, this item and every item moving forward needs to be correct. So yes, I'm not personal about this item. I need it to be properly done. I need staff to make sure that they're held accountable for what they've done. That's all we can do. Councilwoman Lanier.
Have the public to hear from whomever why this was brought back. Exactly why was this brought back to the table?
We could have had that discussion prior to actually moving forward with this, and being that we're in the item, that's not germane to this item, ma'am. But if we Councilwoman Lanier, it wouldn't be germane. Of course, go ahead. Well, I answered your question.
Okay, can I finish? Thank you. I'm saying that to say that their issue was a parliamentary, my understanding, because I still have not really gotten a full understanding of why this is back on the agenda.
Why you arguing
So the issue is for me is that clearly, why was this brought back to the council when it was actually defeated? And if it was a parliamentary procedure, then that was on us. And you're saying now it's a scrivener's error on the staff, but regardless, I guess we can move forward. But we brought this back here after this has been dead, so we can still move forward.
Thank you for your comments. We want to keep this germane to this item. So the items that we're going to address from our applicant and our intervenor needs to be in reference to the zoning and into the application. Thank you. Go ahead, ma'am.
Just so that I'm clear again, Hope Calhoun, are we hearing both applications together or just one at a time?
We would like the presentation for both if the board is amenable to that.
See, but this is the problem, Mr.
Councilman,
Chair.
go ahead.
I mean, to colleague, I was trying to look at the chair, but I guess, thank you so much. It's their application, and I think you brought up the perfect point, which I just asked Ms. Nguyen. If you deny application in 2020, nothing precludes them from coming back to submit a new application in 2022. If it's a slight 10% deviation, if it's a 0% deviation, they are an applicant just as much as someone can apply for a job. I don't think you can sit here and use, in fact, if you're using what occurred in the past, you're basically prejudicial. If this is a new application on first reading, you have to consider what's presented before us at this point and not consider anything in the past. Wouldn't that be proper, Ms. Nguyen?
Attorney Nguyen?
That's correct.
Thank you. So just for the record, so Councilman McCoy's sentiments are correct. Thank you. Anything else, Councilman?
But let's clarify. She makes a great point. Are we looking, and we can try to streamline this for efficiency purposes, but so we know, is she going to be presenting on the future land use first, since that's what's up first?
We can do, if I may.
I'm sorry, if you want to answer that, Ms.
If
Calhoun, go
you
ahead.
don't mind, thank you, Chairman. We have no objection with presenting the entire project, both applications at once, and then you voting for them separately. That's fine with us.
Councilman, go ahead.
So then consider what we're going to do in terms of time. Is 10 minutes sufficient?
I would be okay with 10 minutes if the applicant is sufficient, if that's sufficient for them.
We might need a little bit more, maybe 15 minutes, just to make sure we get everything on the record, because we do have to make a very clear record.
Thank you. And board, are we okay with 15 minutes for the applicant and 15 minutes for the intervenor? Okay? No objections? Thank you. We have 15 minutes. If you can put the timer up, please. Go ahead, Ms. Calhoun. Thank you.
Thank you again. Hope Calhoun, Land Use Council for the applicant. I will be very brief in just saying we have been here before quite a few times. We are hoping that you can look at all the evidence presented before you this evening and vote in favor of the applications that have satisfied all criteria. Both last time and this time, staff's memo did say recommending approval. Whether Scrivener's error or not, it is what's on the record. Thank you.
Okay, so I don't know how to use a slideshow. Well, someone's helping me with the slideshow. For the record, my name is Brian Seymour. I'm an attorney with the Gunster Law Firm here on behalf of the applicant. I want to talk just briefly because an issue had come up about this several times that related to something happened to your computer. Can we pause for just a second? The computer froze, I think. Where? I don't see a cursor. Oh, there it is. So if I just push that. Okay, so thank you. I'm technologically inept, but I'm a pretty good lawyer, I hope. So when this has been discussed, and there's been a lot of discussion, and you got a letter from counsel for the interveners relative to what's commonly referred to as the Live Local Act. In this particular set, it's actually adopted into applicable here, section 166.04151 of the Florida statutes. And we just want to talk briefly about that so everybody understands what that issue is. I want to make very clear, and the applicant is very clear, there is no desire to utilize the Live Local Act on this piece of property. However, if the denial comes tonight, there are only two options left. Either try a Live Local Act development or leave it as a vacant fallow piece of property. So that is why those discussions came up. And so our hope is that we get through this tonight. But the issue that's come up is the zoning of the property. And what you see is the critical word in this discussion, which is highlighted in red now, is the word for. It does not say zoned commercial. It says zoned for commercial. There was a lot of discussion about an attorney general opinion, which was cited several times by the counsel for the interveners in the letter they sent. However, the attorney general has now clarified that opinion. And so while we still agree that attorney general opinions are not binding on this board, to the extent you consider the attorney general's opinion, the key here is that the zoning category is not a definitive point. And so what matters is it used for commercial use? Commercial being traded in commerce, making money, which can be done in these land use in this zoning category. So we did prepare a live local plan. We had a pre-app meeting with staff.
I do apologize. I didn't mean to interrupt, but live local is not germane to this item. So I do understand that you want to address.
Understood.
Live Local,
I will
if we
move right
can keep
past.
it germane to this item.
I will move right
Thank you.
past it and turn it over to Jeff Brophy this evening, who is the planner on the project. Jeff will introduce himself and give some of his credentials.
Good evening, Jeff Brophy with WGI. Great way to get Brian Seymour to sit down quickly. That was good. I'm a registered landscape architect and professional planner. Been doing land use zoning entitlements here in the county for the last 24 years, including golf course redevelopment projects that are before you, that's like the one before you tonight. As mentioned, this has been in the system for quite some time. In fact, the original submittal was back in 2020. A myriad of different neighborhood meetings, both before and after last summer when this was to come back for a rehearing. And you can see the green, those outlined in green are the ones that were scheduled after the rehearing was to happen, including several that kind of by the end of it, as mentioned by staff, there wasn't a lot of communication going back between ourselves and the community, although there were several that were scheduled. The outreach outcomes over the years has ultimately concluded with the site plan that is before you tonight, which is 286 units. It includes single-family detached homes at 124 units and a townhouse total of 162. This is a reduction in units from the original submittal that was back in 2020. There was also a change in home type going from the zero lot line to the single-family detached, and an increase in minimum lot sizes up to the 5,250 square foot for the detached homes that are on the plan now. Although, as staff indicated, this application does meet code, we have gone above and beyond code in regards to several different, amenities within the plan that we have submitted, which includes additional buffer widths, includes increased open space, increase to pervious areas, and we have also restricted the number of homes, especially along the perimeter, to 1 story, knowing that the biggest issue that we all, like whenever we have these golf course conversions, is the issue of the fact that there was previously open space. It is no longer in use. The golf course is not coming back. So how do we do that? How do we mitigate it? We do it by those increased buffers that are on the plan. We also do it by those self-restrictions on the singles going down to the single-story homes. Included also is additional fencing along the back-to-back lots. And there's also an importance that we've put on the water infrastructure and connections to the existing community, knowing that we are taking that historical drainage. The zoning is compatible with the surrounding communities. This is a PUD. Again, surrounding us is obviously the single-family residential. There is a PUD to the north of us as well. across the street is a collection of different commercial uses. But that is why what we've done in developing the plan is concentrating the townhomes along the military trail frontage and having the single family in the rear. And that's also evident, as you can see, in our proposed land use, where we've put the single family adjacent to the single family surrounding us. Again, put the multifamily up towards Military Trail. So the townhomes will be restricted to the multifamily, the single family obviously in that area outlined there in the green. And from a density perspective, we are compatible with the surrounding area. Again, it's a mix of different, I guess, housing types, both to the north, including single family and multifamily, which is exactly similar to what we have presented here tonight. Surrounding us is a density of 3.69 of those existing single family homes. Our single family homes are coming at a compatible 3.75. And the multifamily, which is the townhomes, is the 6.89 that you see again along Military Trail. Very similar, as you can see, north to the pattern that was established with the multifamily that was developed previously. While you're voting on the zoning and the land use, obviously the site plan is important. Again, whenever we consider these golf course conversions, the site plan always comes into play because, again, we want to put those mitigation factors in that are going to help the surrounding community. Again, that includes additional buffering. We've included vast amounts of lake area, especially to accommodate that historical drainage, and we placed it along the perimeter as much as we possibly can. And again, push those townhomes up against Military Trail and included wherever there is adjacency to existing homes, we have those upgraded buffers and or additional open space. And I wanted to highlight that here. This is an example on the right. You can see the existing houses of the Lone Pine development, and to the left are the proposed homes, and you can see that 30-foot landscape buffer that separates the two different houses. Again, that will include a mix of both a vegetative buffer as well as a visual screen, and then including the additional rear setbacks of the proposed homes. In this example, approximately 66 feet between the existing home and the proposed home, which again includes that upgraded buffer. And what we wanted to do was to make sure that from the view standpoint in that line of sight, that from the existing home going into the proposed home, that we have the proposed landscape as well as that opaque screen that is going to allow for a complete visual screen between the existing and the proposed homes. And again, that'll come in the form of both the landscape and the opaque fencing. And you can see on our, I guess on the Carrington Pine side of that property line is the 30-foot landscape buffer, and then in addition to that is a 15-foot minimum rear setback. Here are some of the visuals that have been proposed for the site. This is based on the site plan that has been submitted and reviewed by staff. This is the entrance coming off Military Trail. And this probably being the most important, this again is that visual screen that's going to come in the rear of the existing homes. We will have the 30-foot buffer, which will include both vegetative screen of trees, both canopy trees and palm trees, as well as hedging, and then the opaque fence. Again, these are just some of the internal shots of the streets and some of the unit types that are being proposed. This in particular is the townhome. And with that, we do ask that you do approve the applications as presented before you, both for the zoning and the land use amendment. We're happy to answer any questions that you have.
Questions from the board?
All right, very quickly, just before we wrap up and go
Ms.
to
Conlon,
questions,
go ahead.
Madam Chair. Just a few things that we've said, I just wanted to highlight, and a few things you might hear. So again, these applications have been before you. Maybe not this exact one, but this property has been before you for about 4 years. You notice in the backup materials that you have that have been presented by design licensed professionals who get paid daily to do what they do, that they have made certain representations and assertions with regard to this project and the project's impact on the city of Riviera Beach. You will recall that some of the things that we have presented in the past to the community and are in our backup materials are that we are going to make improvements if this project is approved that benefit the city as a whole and, more importantly, our most proximate neighbors. We recognize in the petition that there was some information, assertions made by the residents, which again, you are familiar with the presentation that we've made in the past by the professionals, the experts. The statements made in the petition are just not accurate. I recognize that this is a very passionate application. I recognize that I am not the most popular person in the room right now, but I also recognize that I have a job to do on behalf of D.R. Horton. They have been trying to develop this property and bring market rate housing to the city of Riviera Beach now again for 4 years. Without this project getting approved, the property likely won't be developed anytime soon, and the issues that the residents have won't be addressed, excuse me, anytime soon. Again, we are happy to answer questions about anything that you might have heard tonight or anything that we've presented in the backup as it might impact the city of Riviera Beach or our neighbors. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Calhoun. Question from the board? I did have a question. If anyone, the applicant, could highlight the differences between the application previously submitted to tonight, because we're seeing this application, but if we could see the differences and understand what's different between the two.
While he's coming up to do that, one thing I just wanted to mention, and I know I'm going to keep this answer specific to a question that was asked earlier. Just as a reminder, we had requested a year ago a motion to rehear for certain reasons, and that's how we got back before you. Because we requested a motion to rehear, and that motion to rehear was granted.
Yes, so yeah, and to answer the question, this site plan is the same site plan that was presented, the latest one, back in April of last year. So the site plan has not changed from that. So, and that was really based on the conversations that were occurring with the community. I guess when those conversations were happening, we were taking as much of the information as we possibly could and including it in those revisions again up until April of last year.
So I did have a question in regards to, and before I ask this, I want to make sure, water lines and sewage lines, upgrades to the actual infrastructure that currently affects some of our residents in the area. Will those be addressed currently within this application? Attorney Nguyen, is it okay to ask that question for the record?
Yes, you can answer. You
Okay.
asked.
That's for the applicant.
Good evening again, Hope Calhoun. Yes, with the plan that we are proposing, the surrounding water lines and pressure will be improved. If we don't do the project, then there are no improvements.
I attended residents, I'm sorry, we can't speak out because the noise travels. But that was kind of one of the major concerns, because I attended a lot of the community meetings and the conversations. So the drainage and the current concerns that the residents have in that area, that was a major issue. The water lines and the drainage is a concern for our Lone Pine residents. So we don't want to further impact or impede upon what they're already experiencing. And we do know that we need assistance with infrastructure support in our community. So when applicants come to the table, these are things that we need to make sure we're seeing.
If I may, Chair, one thing that's very important, you know this already, but if an application, a land development application, an applicant, a development, a proposal, whatever you call it, comes to the city, they cannot make a situation worse, right? We are obviously improving our own property. In this particular case, not only are we not making it worse, we are making it better. So if you'd like more specific information about that, our design professionals can respond to that. And again, it is already in your materials that we presented previously.
I'm just wanted a yes or no, and I've reviewed it, so I've seen a lot of the updates. So thank you. I'm not sure. Thank you. And I wasn't sure if the board had any additional questions for the applicant. Thank you, Ms. Calhoun, and thank you to the applicant. Thank you. I believe we'll hear from the Who else are we hearing from today? The intervener? Yes, thank you. You're welcome to come speak. Thank you. And Miss Attorney, I'm sorry, Madam Clerk, if you could set the timer as well. Thank you.
Good evening, Steve Daniels, Saul Ewing here for the homeowners at Lone Pine Estates. For the record, Hope, I do not hate you. In fact, I like you very much. I'm one. So we're here again. What did Yogi Berra say? Deja vu all over again. Round 4, it seems like. Not much has changed since last year's presentation where you all voted 4-1 to reject the application. They haven't changed a single density. All those meetings that they had, they started at X number of units, and after hearing all of the complaints from the unit owners, they reduced it to the same number. Okay, so that's the first thing. And that hasn't changed in over a year. Same proposal, same closed golf course. That was the owner's choice, not ours. They could keep golfing for as long as they want if they wanted to. Same complaints from your community. I say your, I mean it's your city. You're the city council. It's their community, but it's also your community. That hasn't changed. Only 2 things have changed. We have a new council member. Welcome. We have this Live Local Act, which I know is not part of tonight, but I will say for the record, Mr. Seymour, who I respect and have known for many years, that's the most ridiculous analysis of a legal argument as far as zoning that I've ever heard. And I completely reject that analysis. So those are the only 2 things that have changed since we were here last year. So I'll repeat the same, or at least similar, objections I made last year, since we're going to be having a new hearing and not relying on the information that we discussed last time. We have several objections. You're taking away valuable green space. Now, I saw on the new site plan, they are going to give us back 1 acre. 1 acre of open space. So you'll take away 63 acres of open space, golf or grass, quite honestly. Grass is perfectly fine. And you're going to replace it with 1 acre. And then you're going to take these beautiful views that people have paid for and lived next to for 30, 40, 45 years, and you're going to replace it with an opaque wall. Now, how looking out at a golf course or open green space is made better by replacing it with an opaque wall is beyond me, I have to tell you. But I also want to mention to you that your community, your Lone Pine Estates community, and I mean this sincerely, this might be the most perfect representation of what you all should want in every neighborhood in this city. You have white, you have black, you have Hispanic, you have Asian citizens, you have older people, you have younger people, you have blue collar, you have white collar. When I was here last year and heard the comments from many of the citizens who live there, I was blown away by the diversity of this community. And I will tell you, as important as it is for housing in this city, as well as other cities here in Palm Beach County, it shouldn't be done at the expense of what I consider maybe your most perfect community in this city. Now, let's talk about some other problems with the project. You have 300 some odd homes already there, and you have 2 access points onto Military Trail. And during rush hour, you cannot turn on either of those Canterbury streets to go north. It's virtually impossible with the traffic on Military Trail. And now with their building out in Avenir and out west in Palm Beach Gardens, the traffic on Military Trail will only increase, not decrease. And what's being contemplated by the applicant is to take this traffic quagmire and you're going to throw in another 400 or 500 vehicles, because you've got 260 some odd units, on average, 1.5, 2 vehicles per car, per household. That's how many more vehicles you're throwing onto onto Military Trail. It's going to be a mess. They have to go south, to go north.
And I do apologize. Those are some of the site plan concerns, not the zoning issues.
Site plan was presented, so I'm bringing that to your attention.
No, these are zoning issues.
I understand, but that was part of the application that was presented, so I'm responding to the application that was presented. If you want to consider it or not, that's up to you with all
Well,
due
as
respect.
we did with the applicant, we kind of kept them germane to the item. So
Okay.
if you can just keep the items similar and germane to the zoning.
Well,
for that.
separate and apart from their application, you still have a traffic problem. You still have a traffic problem with the existing homes and adding another 270, 280 units. That's going to be a very big problem. Now, you talked about water and sewer, which I understand from my last meeting here, that's a problem in the city. And you're going to exacerbate that by adding another 260, 70 homes at the outskirts of the city with the promise that they'll make it better. And what happens if it doesn't? Who are the unit owners who live there now? Who are they going to call? The developer is going to build and sell the houses. They're gone. They have no contractual relationship with D.R. Horton. They have no recourse against a neighbor developer to do anything. And we already know there's a problem, and it's been there for years. And new construction will not make it any better. It'll make it better for the new homes. But I have a real serious doubt it'll make it better for those people who have no recourse back to the developer. Now, I know there was some discussion, which quite honestly confused the heck out of me, about whether the city staff recommended approval, recommended review, because last year it was review. And we had a very long discussion last year about what does that mean? Well, it means that they're not saying yes, even though it meets certain application code requirements, but they don't feel strong enough to say yes. Not only that, your planning commission, people appointed by this body, they recommended rejection 07. Or I should say they recommended approval 07. Now, I understand you have a close call. It's a 4-3, maybe a 5-2. But when your planning commission recommends denial 07, I would like to think that the council is at least listening to that strong voice from their planning commission, and you already know what the citizens feel. So let's summarize, because we've heard a lot of this stuff for the last several years. You're taking away 50 years of green space, and you're going to replace it with 1 acre. Not a very good trade-off. You're going to have high-density residential on a very busy street with severe existing traffic problems already. You're going to ignore your planning commission and tell them thank you, but 07 doesn't really impress us very much. I don't believe the Live Local Act even applies. And you're taking a great community in your city and you're telling them, well, they don't count. And many of you may have read even a recent editorial in our Palm Beach Post a few weeks ago, talking about this city and all the cool things you guys have on the board for Broadway, for the port, for the waterfront. There's a lot of good things going on here. And the city paper cautions you. Bring residents into the process early and often for their input. Again, you want developers to make a profit in the city, but that doesn't mean you need to overlook constituents' concerns about overbuilding. It's important to think big in reshaping a city, your city, but to be mindful that big mistakes like oversized or unattractive buildings diminish all residents' quality of life for decades to come. And I would ask you that, notwithstanding your hopes and dreams for future citizens of Riviera Beach, that you take into account the hopes and dreams of your existing citizens in Riviera Beach at what I think is a terrific neighborhood. And jamming in that many units, changing the zoning to accomplish what the applicant is requesting is really a slap in the face and doing no favors to them or to the city. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Councilman McCoy, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, thank you. Mr.
Daniel.
Sermons, and perhaps,
sorry.
well, before I get to questions, so Mr. Sermons, the notification that, and I apologize, this is why I'm getting here. I know he mentioned he's from Saul and Ewing, but I can't recall his name. If they filed a formal request to intervene, when was that done, Mr. Sermons?
I'm not aware of a formal request to intervene.
It has to be. I mean, if that's the case, anybody can walk up here and say that they're going to intervene. They have to put us on notice that they intend on intervening. Perhaps someone can stand up right now and say, I am an affected property owner, I want to intervene. But there has to be something formal. And the reason I'm saying that, because, I mean, he, spent a few minutes talking, and all I can recall was he said he was from Saul and Ewing. And I guess my question was, if someone's going to actually put the city on notice, in fact, I'm sorry, does our process not require in the code that they notify us their intent to intervene in these kind of matters?
That was done last year, Councilman. I have emails.
I'm sorry, I think the question was for our staff. Councilman McCoy, go ahead.
Yeah, I can almost recall it, but either way, right? I would like to know the gentleman's name. If he has some documents or information he's relying on, it may be helpful for us to have it ahead of time, because I've sitting here jotting down notes and I can't even recall his name. So I guess I'm just looking for us. And first of all, this is 2024. We are government. There's no such thing as not a formal process to intervene. You can't walk into a courthouse and just start speaking on a court case without having standing. So I think going forward, and I do apologize, you said a whole lot, and I it's very much I'm taking note of it. So can you remind me of your name again?
Sure, Steve Daniels.
Steve Daniels. Okay, got it. That's what I wanted to make sure of. And Mr. Chair, whenever you're ready, I do have a couple questions.
Thank you. Mr. Sermons?
Yes, one clarification from the staff side.
Mr. Chair, good evening. If I may, Tanya Early. I work with your planning department as outside legal counsel. I just want to clarify, so the term intervenor has been used multiple times this evening. Typically, that term is associated with a quasi-judicial proceeding. Tonight's proceedings are legislative in nature, so it would be more accurate to call the representative for the HOA an interested party. And the reason for allowing them this time to speak is because as neighbors to the property, if the council's decision ultimately is to approve both of these ordinances, if they were to challenge you in court, we would want to make sure that we are able to tell a judge that they had an opportunity to speak and be heard, and that they were not shut down in making their arguments before the council. So the reason why they were allowed to speak today was to protect the integrity of any decision that's ultimately made by the council.
Oh,
Councilman McCoy, go ahead.
thank you, Ms. Early. So that would actually bolster the point that there should be something that the city has as a process. That way we know who are what you call interested parties, or actually I've seen it in the code is referred to as affected parties. So either way, it still should be in there. However, our code that I recall, and I think you brought it up, doesn't provide for an opportunity for an interested party or an affected party to actually give a presentation. It only speaks to that part of someone that's actually intervening. So what you're saying to me just is counter to what this gentleman just did. He stood up and gave us a whole intervention presentation. So how do you now reconcile or justify what this is if our code doesn't allow for affected parties? In fact, our code allows for affected parties to be notified, but he has no right to present under our code unless I'm not aware of it.
So generally speaking, and
I don't need general, I need specifics, because I'm asking about the code.
yes, sir, I'm not aware of any specific provision in your code that
But
says
isn't that prejudicial
It's,
to the applicant now that you got anybody that's standing up here without a legal right under our code to now present?
they are a party that could potentially have standing in a lawsuit. And so
Sure.
therefore, they are uniquely situated in this case because they are immediate neighbors, essentially. So
I'm gonna reclaim my time. Ms. Early, I appreciate what you're saying, but I'm speaking to the code. Do they have a by right opportunity to present as an affected party or interested party under our code? I'm not speaking of standing in a courtroom.
in your code, no. However, the board has already made that decision that you were going to allow this party to speak. So there's nothing.
Well, wait a minute. Stop the car, Mr. Chair.
Go ahead, Councilman.
This is why I preference this. I'm sorry, colleague, if you could.
Yeah, no, go ahead, Councilman.
So I just want to see you when I say this. This is why I asked the rules of engagement before we got started, and they were referred to as intervenors. So when you refer to someone as an intervenor, I'm under the impression, okay, this is a quasi-judicial in nature, and they have standing as an intervenor. Well, Ms. Nguyen establishes that they're not this is not a quasi-judicial hearing. So now you've just allowed them to speak and then now weigh in on this. Like, good, bad, or indifferent, I want to be fair, and I want to know what the rules of engagement are, because I can tell you it changes as much as the wind blows around here. And
Mr. McCoy,
Attorney
if I
Nguyen, go
can.
ahead. I'm sorry, Attorney Nguyen, go ahead.
The other thing that we considered is that we allowed them the opportunity to present the last time they were before us. And we didn't want to be in a position of giving them the opportunity again. And I know you didn't want to hear about standing, but it could come to that conclusion. I mean, we can find ourselves in court. And then the argument would be, you gave us an opportunity last time and you didn't give us an opportunity this time. And so, when you speak of fairness, we thought that that was fair.
And to follow up with that, the board did give the authority to allow for both individuals to speak. We did set the precedence at the beginning, and I think the confusion is that the term intervenor was used when this is an interested party or affected party. So I just need staff to be clear so that we're making the proper decisions and we're basing it upon what we can legally do up here. So Attorney Nguyen, as you've stated at the beginning, that this is not a quasi-judicial hearing. So we appreciate that, but also to have this interested party, are we going to set that standard for every applicant that comes up to have an interested party on every application, or are we going to hold a certain standard? I don't want to just one-off because this has a contentious item. I want to make sure we have consistency. Additional comments from the board?
I have questions of the
Councilman McCoy, go ahead.
Of the interested party.
Please, Councilman, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Steve Daniels.
Yes.
So I really appreciate some of your comments, and I certainly am very much cognizant of it. I've had the unfortunate opportunity to have a traffic fatality in front of my gated community. Was it not even 2 weeks ago? And it was the most horrific thing it was the night before school started. And with a community that has over 300 units, can you imagine not being able to access the entrance or exit to that community? So I'm very much aware of your concerns regarding traffic. But to that point, I want to ask a few things. You spoke of traffic. Have you or the parties you represent, being interested parties, conducted a traffic study, or have you reviewed the traffic study that was submitted a part of this application?
I reviewed last year the traffic study, which was done during COVID years. And so I felt very strongly that the analysis done then was based on very inappropriate statistics because of the timing. I've also made several trips to the community during the morning and can give you, in my own personal opinion, whatever it's worth, the difficulty of turning north in that community during the week morning.
Thank you. And I think you just answered my next question, your opinion. So is this clearly isn't based on something competent and substantial? This is just your opinion, not and excuse me for lack of better words, from a lay person who's not a traffic consultant or traffic engineer?
Correct. It's also based on the opinions of my own clients who also live there, and I've talked to them about it as well, and my review of the traffic report done by the applicant.
Okay, right, but, and this is where it gets interesting because the chair brought up, these are kind of site plan issues, but I figured I would ask that. And then you also brought up the items of water and sewer. These are based off of your opinion and not really anything that was conducted by any kind of analysis of some sort of consultant that specializes in this, right?
Well, not true, because talking with my clients, I have about 200 people who have told me how bad the water and sewer is, and I don't know if you need a consultant to tell you that the stuff in your house is backing up and smells. That's pretty conclusive.
Well, I'll follow up with that, but isn't that kind of speculative? Because if you go and put another almost 280 units on, there's additional lift stations, there's additional pumps. So, I mean, that's kind of like a hypothetical, speculative, potentially may happen. Now, if they have existing issues, I think, you know, we're working, actually, we've got a very long utility district meeting tomorrow that I would love to kind of know about those, but to say it today in terms of it's going to potentially or possibly or, you know, may happen, I think I would argue that it's not really competent to say that that's actually going to occur.
The point being made, Councilman, is that I cannot tell you today it will happen. What I can tell
That's what
you.
I needed to hear. Thank you.
Let me finish. What I can tell you is that if it does happen or it does not improve, the existing homeowners have no recourse against a developer for which they have no contractual relationship with. And that's a very big concern of theirs. Now, you can take that analysis and you can make hay with it. You can ignore it. That's up to each of you. But I think that's something you all need to at least recognize and weigh when making your decision.
Thank you. Appreciate it, Mr. Daniels. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. There's no comments from the board? Okay, we will go into public comments after this and then have additional comments from the board after. Madam Clerk, how many public comment cards do we have?
Mr. Chair, we have 10 public comment cards.
Okay, and before we go into that, I just want to take a point to acknowledge our school district representative. He walked in, Attorney Edwin Ferguson. Welcome and thank you for coming. And our sitting state senator, Bobby Powell, thank you for coming and congratulations on your election. Thank you both for being here tonight.
Step aside.
Mr. Chair, the acceptance of public comment cards on this item is closed once again. The first speaker will be James Elder, followed by Bill Wolochik and Linda Basket. James Elder.
Good evening, council members. I'm a resident. My name is James Elder, resident of Lone Pine Estates for 40 years now. And of course, I want you guys to vote no for this, both of these. There's a lot of things over these 4 years that have come up and a lot of mistruths from the developers here on their meetings. And they've been going after this for 4 years. I'm afraid, and we to find this out, all of the water and the traffic studies, are these all back to 2020? I mean, to me, that would be kind of worthless today. It's 4 years. The Live Local role, right after the no vote last year, they had a meeting for us, and I would call it a threat. If you don't go along with this application, a developer, it won't be us, but a developer will come and put all these cheap homes in your backyard. That was the threat that we got from them. Just as a side note also, she's saying D.R. Horton is getting tired of doing this, or she uses this with words on how they're getting frustrated not getting this passed. This company, one day after last month's meeting, which we heard about the infrastructure and the water and how bad that was. I'm an expert in Lone Pine water. So are all these other residents. It stinks. It's not safe. And you heard all that last week. And what they're proposing is not going to help it. They put in another pump. It's still bad water coming out there. It's going to be worse. D.R. Horton, one day after last month's meeting, bought back $4 billion worth of their stock. Their stock has gone up 100%, almost or close to it, since last year when you said no to this proposal. They're not hurting. They're doing just fine. And for them to come up here and say they would like to get this moved, my proposal is let them get creative. Go down Broadway here and look at all these empty lots in Riviera Beach. They can put up their townhomes in their homes. They've got the money. Change the zoning for this area here, what needs houses. Make it affordable housing. They can afford it. They got it. They're doing fine without us. For their stock to go up 100% since last year's vote, deny it again, they're going to make another 100%. Please vote no. The animal, oh yeah, the little pink ribbons around everything growing in the backyard. They're going to wipe it all out. The animals, the birds, the gopher turtles, name it, they're going to be gone. They show you these beautiful pictures of blue lakes. That's going to turn into a mosquito breeding
Thank you for your
cesspot.
comments, sir. Thank you.
Thank you.
The next speaker is Bill Wolotic, followed by Linda Baskin and Eric Ward. There you go. Yes, that's you.
Welcome,
Hi.
sir.
Bill Walatich, Lone Pine Estates. And hi to you too, even though we're on opposite sides. I listened to all this and I'm going to be real quick. I have some stuff written out here and I'm going to try to go through it and hopefully I make some sense out of it. One very noticeable thing has happened since the defeat of the zoning of Lone Pine Golf Course. The traffic problem has gotten worse since the last vote, which was just about a year ago. Since it got worse in just 1 year, imagine how much worse it will be in the future during and after development. As an example, the police now have to manage traffic when the Rapids lets out for the day. This is just about a daily occurrence now. Adding additional housing will make the traffic problem even worse. It doesn't take a traffic survey to see how intolerable the traffic situation is. All you have to do is look at it. I mean, it's as simple as that. Use some common sense here. This is not rocket science. Do not allow rezoning of the golf course, as simple as that. The city does not need additional development on Military Trail. Besides the traffic issue, the residents themselves don't want the rezoning. How can anyone on a council vote to rezone when the residents, not only of Lone Pine, but of other Riviera Beach communities, don't want rezoning? The council is supposed to represent the desires of the community, not the developers. The developers themselves couldn't care less about you, the city council people, and your constituents. We don't need or want another development along Military Trail. The developers are only interested in making money. Bottom line, end of story. Vote no on rezoning. Another very important issue is that with the development, the value of our homes will undoubtedly go down. The developer said at different meetings in the past, our values will go up. When I asked how this was going to happen, I got the old deer in the headlights look. This wasn't an answer. The developer couldn't even come up with a reason as to how our home values will increase. No Lone Pine resident would be willing to take a financial loss on their home to benefit the greedy developers. You on the council can stop this unnecessary financial setback, which probably cannot be reversed from happening. Have developers build it where it would help the Riviera Beach communities. not destroy one economically. Again, please vote no on rezoning. Oh, I just was getting to the good part.
Thank you for your comments,
The
sir.
water's the big problem. I didn't even get to the water.
Linda Baskin. Linda and Eric Ward.
Hi, I've been a resident of Lone Pine Estates since 2009. And one thing I have noticed is that we get sinkholes and we get potholes. As a matter of fact, on August 15th, we had a water main break right by our little park, and the road was closed for 2 days. We'd had several incidences of sinkholes. All those roads need to be done. Also, if they're going to do something, why don't they make less units? That might be good. We get flooded all the time. The parking lots are hell. Oh, and all the Zoom calls in 20 and 21, they weren't really well announced. So they really did not get with us in 2020. Please vote no. And there's no way that we can be able to get in and out. How is a gated community going to affect us already? It's a very, 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 very bad thing. I ran out of stuff. I'm nervous.
Thank you for your comments, ma'am.
Next is Eric Ward.
Welcome.
I'm Eric Ward. I've been a Lone Pine resident since 1985. I was dismayed to receive notification that the effort to develop the Lone Pine Golf Course has been resurrected. We defeated that in a fair fight. Then D.R. Horton tried to blackmail us by threatening to abuse the Live Local law. Now that that failed, some bogus procedural excuse has been used to bring this back again. And now it's sounding like you're saying that even if this fails, they could just keep applying and applying and applying until they wear us down. On top of that, we've been forced to endure excessively late meetings, cancellations, and postponements. It's disgraceful that this item has been put back on the agenda. The zoning change has been defeated. Let's keep it that way and move on. We should be discussing how to proceed in a manner acceptable to both sides. The central issue not being mentioned is what's the value of the property in its current recreational zoning. The theoretical value with the new zoning is irrelevant. The recreational value has been what it's been for decades, and that's what it is. And that's all the owner's entitled to. It's not the Lone Pines residents' job to find an alternative use for this site, but we would participate in such discussions. I have certainly not been invited to any discussions of that type, and I don't believe any other Lone Pine residents have. I previously shared some sympathy with the owner for being in a bit of a difficult situation, but with the bullying and threats that they've given us, they've squandered the sympathy they had. And don't forget the petition that we have in. That's still in force. This needs to be voted 4-1, and that still applies. Those of you who voted against this previously, we appreciate you standing with us on this, and we're depending on you to continue to support us. To those of you who voted for it before, you must vote no now to demonstrate that you will not be a party to this unethical strategy or to submit to the developer's bullying. Please vote against this awful zoning change and don't let it be brought up again. Thank you.
The next speaker is Rochelle Hughes. Rick? No, not yet, not yet.
Good evening. We're just tired. I'm personally tired and exhausted to come here every single time to tell you exactly that we don't want that project in our backyard. Lone Pine is one of the safest communities that we have right now. in Riviera Beach. By bringing 300 houses, gonna bring other people coming to the backyard. We don't know what is going on. One more thing is very important, and I always say that politicians really have very short memories. The reason you guys are here is because of us. We stand there. I'm looking at the table right now. I vote for at least 4 of you. What we want to say to you right now, we don't want that project. No matter how many times you invite us here, we still don't want it. We still say no. There's the point. You don't owe them anything. You owe us because we are the people that standing and spend hours and hours and waste our day to vote for you, to put you in that seat to represent us. Now we are in a situation, feels like we are begging you to do your job. So we shouldn't be in that position. For many, many times, we've been coming here back and forth. Like they said, for over 4 years, we've been coming back and forth and say no. The no is not gonna change. So what we need right now is for you to vote no on this project. The same way we put you on that seat, the same way we're gonna vote you out on that seat. And it's clearly, you have to understand Lopai represents 36% of your vote. And we could reach more than that. So it's clearly that every single one of you know that we do not want that project. I vote for you. I'm gonna vote no next time for you guys. And we are the one that's always gonna vote yes or no. This is a time for you guys to make a decision and wait and make sure that we do not waste our vote. That's all.
Next, Hughes, Joyce Murphy, and then Margaret Shepherd.
Good evening, City Council, City staff. My name is Rochelle Baker Hughes. I live in Lone Pine Estates. First, I do want to tell you, Mr. McCoy, you brought up if we did a traffic analysis, and our HOA did try to do one. We called several places to do one, and we were turned down because they work for the developer, or they'd done work for developers, so they couldn't do one personally for us. And trust me, I tried. I called 5 different places to do that. So we did try. Of course, I'm here for no to rezoning this recreational open space zoned property. It's really the last of that west of I-95 in the city of Riviera Beach along the Military Trail corridor. Right now, there's a development being built at the corner of Leo Lane and Military Trail. I believe, if I'm correct, there's like 100, 150, 200 units that are going in there. That's going to add up to the traffic that we already have. I'll let you know, a couple weeks ago, actually probably 2 Saturdays ago, I tried to get out of our development around 10 a.m. and traffic was backed up in both directions because of the Rapids Water Park, because it's so popular and we have people coming. But it's a lot of traffic. That's just for the Rapids. When the Rapids, so we'll have Leo Lane and Military Trail, and if you put in another development on top of Lone Pine, it's even way more traffic. Drainage issues. So I just want to tell all of you and reiterate, we have called our council people and city regarding flooding that we've had. Last October, we had horrible flooding in our neighborhood. Horrible. We had streets underwater. My husband couldn't get home because we had so much flooding in our area. So you put in a development, and I'm going to say this, it has to be built above us. They're not going to build below us. They're going to build above us. So any water that drains from that is going to come into us, and we're still going to get flooded. So, and the water, I'm not really sure how they're going to fix the water, being that we need a new water treatment plant. Just saying. So, and I don't really believe what developers tell you, because there's a lot out there on the internet of what has gone wrong with developers. and their buildings, and then they build, and then they walk away. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments.
Next is Joyce Murphy, Margaret Shepherd, Lisa Wilcox.
Hi, Joyce Murphy from Lone Pine resident. Here we are again. Last year, within a week of the last vote on this, of putting our trust in you, our city government, and after years of a very hard-fought victory last year, we knew you were planning on undertaking a gross betrayal of us residents. Within a week, shame on you. Shame on every one of you that were on the council at that point. If even one of you lived in our neighborhood, this would absolutely not be happening. It would have been voted down unanimously, immediately, with the first vote, never to resurface. Your city residents and constituents have absolutely no reason to put any trust in you at all. Are you going to show us otherwise tonight? Vote no. Will we see that you have true integrity and honesty? And will be standing up and reaffirming what you promised us almost a year ago, only to mislead us and betray us once again? Vote no. I'm speaking of Lone Pine Golf Course rezoning, of course. I'm questioning the legality of this rezoning attempt after it had been voted down with a vast majority in this very room. Yes, even you, the city council, in an overwhelming majority said no, by making sure there was one negative vote to keep the possibility of this alive. Are you planning to do this again? Have one person vote no? How many more times, or rather vote yes, I should say? It's time to stop this nonsense of allowing this to continue coming up for votes time and time and time again until some big corporation gets the results they want. I would like to thank you who supported us last time with our deepest appreciation. The last time the zone change for the former Golong Pine Golf Course was proposed proved to us that this previous exercise was not a planned strategy. I would like you all to understand and know that the community is not backing down now any more than we did last time. Once again, we say no. We object very strongly to the zoning being changed from recreational use to anything else in order to preserve what is little is left of Riviera Beach green space. I'm sure your parents did not bring you up to be liars and cheats. I certainly did not bring my children up that way, and I hope I never see them betraying their neighbors the way we feel you have betrayed us by bringing this up again after being voted down. I hope that will not happen again to us by our city government. And just in case you haven't figured it out, the education costs of these new residents moving in will far outweigh any added tax base.
Your
Thank you.
comments, ma'am.
Mr. Chair, I must correct, the number of speakers for public comments during this item is actually 12 instead of 10. There are two who had 2 items on the same comment card.
Thank you, Madam Clerk.
Next is Margaret Shepherd, Lisa Wilcox, followed by Reverend William Burrs.
Margaret Shepherd, Riviera Beach, and no, I do not live in Long Pine. To my good friend Hope Calhoun, she kind of threw me around the first time I met her and kind of put me in my place, but I handle her. Yeah, we good friends. That's my buddy there. But let me go into why we're here. The Riviera Beach, Riviera Beach Planning and Zoning voted it no. I don't understand why we're still here. If you keep looking at D.L. Horton, they are some of the most horrible builders you ever want to read about. Sitting on planning and zoning, I have the opportunity to read, get the manuscripts, read, and go and dig and dig and dig. No, I'm not a professional. Never have been a professional, but one that my parents instilled in me to read,
If
to
you could
dig,
address
to
the board,
understand.
address the board, Ms. Shepherd.
Don't stop me because you do it all the time. So I I want to make sure that we understand one thing to this public, that you need to do just what you're doing. Stick together. Nobody up here live over in Lone Pine. When the water, I was over there, it was flooding 2 weeks ago. And a friend of mine called me. She said, Margaret, I just want you to see it. Well, y'all know my little chugga buggy. I got scared. I said, oh my God, no. I said, come pick me up. And when I looked, she flushed the toilet. I was amazed at what came out of her toilet. I didn't say the sink, I said the toilet. So here we are again. We need to say no to this foolishness. Why do we continue with this over and over again? Only Riviera Beach. Only us continue the foolishness. Let us allow these people to live. I live over in Lake Park, and we probably have the same thing. The backup of the sewage, the backup of us not getting to our property when it rains. I live right there on the waterfront. That water come right over into our neighborhood. My heart go out to you. And I feel like the one thing you have to keep doing is allow our council people to understand one thing. We voted for you. You work for us. If this begins to get a problem, my thing is don't run again. Give us the privilege to bring someone in here to make us understand you are for us. As I look back, I just don't get that feeling. Thank you.
Good evening. Lisa Wilcox, Lone Pine Estates since 1989. Where to start? The flooding, the talk of making improvements to the water line. We just did a very minimal research. My husband just looked it up on YouTube, and I'd really encourage all of you to look up just YouTube, D.R. Horton Homes Nightmare, and you will be overwhelmed with the videos. And I think we already have D.R. Horton developments, don't we, in Riviera Beach? I think Thousand Oaks, and is it Riviera Cove? I think we at least have 2 or 3. And I know Mr. Scott, I know his daughter had a horrible D.R. Horton experience. You know, why do we even want this company doing this? Just please look that up. I would just encourage any resident in Thousand Oaks and any other D.R. Horton community in Riviera Beach to please contact our city council, if this goes through tonight for a second reading, to please contact our mayor, our city manager, our council people, and let them know your problems, because you are not being heard, just like all those other D.R. Horton home nightmares. As far as Live Local, which I know it doesn't apply, but I just want to make sure that we know that section 7H is in there, because the only way Live Local can apply is if you vote to rezone it. If you vote to rezone it, then it could apply. But if you don't, it says in section 7H, it says it does not apply to property defined as recreational. That's what this former Lone Pine Golf Course is. It is recreational, and it does not apply to us on any level. But if you vote to rezone, it can. All those little loopholes, all the little semantical gymnastics that can be done if you vote yes. You are opening up a bag of worms, and you will be sorry because you will have Live Local in your backyard. We had a whole thing with Robert's Rules of Order, which was just shameful to me. It really was. That is an etiquette book on how to conduct a meeting. I know it's been codified. That means squat. It means literally it's the way we run our meetings. That's all it means. And it was just shameful. But in a letter to our HOA president from Mr. Sermons, and from an email from Mr. Sermons and from Mr. Evans, it stated Robert's Rules of Order discrepancy, which just took so much of my time. It really did. I spent hours on this, and finally I got to the bottom of it, just like I do with my students. And
Thank you
And
for your comments, ma'am.
the bottom line was just
Thank you for
this,
your
Ann
comments.
McFarlane,
Ma'am,
city's
ma'am, I'm sorry.
consultant.
Thank you for your
Point number
comments.
8 said minor
Excuse me,
mistakes in
can you
using
please-
Robert's Rules of Order
Officer, can
do
you please
not
escort her
invalidate
off of the microphone?
any action.
Thank you. All right, residents, we do understand that this is a highly contentious item, but the talking in the room is traveling and we cannot hear our speakers, one. And two, if we ask you and your time is up, please respect the time that we're giving to every individual to speak, because now you're going on with the additional meeting. So please, if we can continue to respect this meeting. Reverend Burgess, thank you. Madam Clerk, is Reverend Burgess next?
Yes.
Thank you. Welcome, sir.
Mr. Chair, Council, Mayor, I do my best to stay away from y'all meetings. No offense, but I have other things to do. But as I listen to years or so, how this been like a tennis ball going backwards and forward. To me, seem like you all ought to be working hard for us than these developers, these money grabbers. Come here, make a few dollars, and go on somewhere else and leave us holding the bag. That's all it's about. I asked the people there's gonna be a pond behind my home, and I said, what you gonna do about the water? I said, the dirt that you take out to build these ponds, I said, I know what you're gonna do with it, but you tell me what your plans are. They start studying. I said, I know what you're gonna do with it. You're gonna put it underneath these houses, what you're building, to build them up. That means more water gonna come into our homes. We don't live in a flood zone now, but when you build these ponds, we're gonna be in a flood zone. That means our property gonna decrease, our insurance gonna increase, because they're gonna say, you need some flood insurance. So why don't y'all tell these peoples, do like, I think it was Palm Beach Garden, pick up your marbles, go somewhere else, make your dollars somewhere else. I assure you, I may be wrong, but I say it, that none of these peoples were trying to get this land and build these apartments out there don't even live in Riviera Beach. Y'all represent us. Just like y'all trying to find all these legalists to give these people this land, find legalists to keep it. And Riviera Beach has a golf course. If the owner wanted to sell it, he got a right to sell a golf course. But if he wanted to sell it, he could have did like the people's that land right on the northwest corner on 45th Street and Military Trail years ago. He could have put a big sign up there, golf course for sale. And somebody been bought that golf course a long time ago. But you councils, work with your citizens, not with the developers. Tell these people you all represent us. Don't try to find no loopholes to give them this land. Find loopholes to keep them out of here. And go somewhere else. That's not hard to do. We voted for you all to represent us, not these money grabbers to go somewhere else. Represent us. Do that. That ain't hard to do. I see y'all trying to find all these codes and like the shepherd said. The zoning board voted unanimously against this. Well, what you got the zoning board for? Respect the zoning board. I appreciate the people who voted no the last time, but you're a friend of mine. Now, no offense. I understand why you voted with the majority before. That's the game. If you wouldn't have, it wouldn't
Thank
have
you
been
for your
like
comments,
that.
Mr. Burgess. Thank you, Reverend. Additional comments, Madam Clerk?
The last two speakers are Annette Dragon and Cindy March.
Thank you. Ms. Dragon?
Good evening, Council. Annette Dragon, Lone Pine. I wasn't going to speak tonight, but I've heard so much irrelevant word this evening that I had to do it. First off, I want to know what the City Council is doing about the quality of our drinking water. Lone Pine, you can't drink the water, you got to go buy bottled. The flooding, yes, there's feces in the water. What are you doing about that?
Mr. Chair, I
What
would
are you
ask that
doing
you,
about the fire station that's just moved?
Thank
Now
you,
it
Councilman.
takes a lot longer for the fire brigade to come out, and the
And ma'am,
ambulance
we
to
want to
come
make
out.
sure that's about the zoning item. So that's where everyone has been in reference to the zoning. So if you can continue your comments.
I thought I was making a point here, Councilman.
Yes, ma'am. So we had a item of humanity presented by my colleague, and to that point, it is about the zoning of this item. So we want to just make sure we stick it to the rezoning.
Okay, well, this is all pertinent to the rezoning. If the developer is allowed to build their 250, 300 homes, where are the children going to go to school? Who's going to be looking after them with hospitals? Who's going to be taking care of them as far as a fire in their home is concerned when the infrastructure for all of these things is already overstretched? None of these things have really been addressed by the developer in what they've presented so far. Please don't rezone this golf course. Make it a natural habitat so that the flora and fauna can stay put and not have to relocate themselves into other areas of Florida that are inhospitable. And also, we lose the green space. This is awful. Do you want to live in the south side of Chicago here in Riviera Beach? I don't think so. Thanks a lot.
Thank you for your comments, ma'am.
Good
Welcome, Ms.
evening,
March.
Cindy March. I'm here to say, I don't stay in Lone Pine. Jonathan Evans don't stay in Lone Pine. You are giving this man and others too much access to do what they want to do in Revere. As bad as I need a roof over my head, as bad as I need a roof over my head, I hate when you all bring these big developers through here talking about rezoning and building in these people's community. What is affordable housing? If you are going to build anything not on their property, think about building a mental hospital where we don't have homeless people sleeping on the street. You all got to do better. When you know better, you do better, Doug Lawson. You have your hands into everything. I hate to put politics over people, but we got an election coming up with Doug Lawson. Y'all make sure y'all vote him out of the chair. Because
Jermaine
he's
to the
not
item, Ms.
working for
March.
us.
Ms.
He's
March,
working for
Jermaine.
Doug. He's self-proclaimed.
Ms. March,
Self-greed gonna
Jermaine
get
to
him
the
caught
item.
up. You hear me? Don't stop me from talking. I got 3 minutes and I'm gonna say what I need to say. Okay?
It's going to have to be
I'm gonna
about this
say what I
item.
need
When
to
public
say.
comments come, Madam
Again,
Ms.
that's why I tell you all to
Ms.
please
March,
stay
if
involved
the
with your
item is going to be
community.
about the item, I can allow for you to speak. If
Stay
you want to wait for
involved. I'm
Ms.
talking
March,
about
please
it.
don't
I'm
overspeak
talking
me.
about it. We're
I'm
not
going to
gonna
allow
argue.
for it to be about
I'm
the
not
item,
gonna
Ms.
argue
March.
with you and be disorderly and get put
Absolutely.
out.
I would like.
Okay?
I
So
would
don't
like for it to be
disrespect me
about
and
the
put my
item.
time back on the clock.
Jermaine, I will start your time over. But residents, as you notice, we are on an item about rezoning.
I'm
If you
talking
want to
about
discuss,
rezoning.
no, you want to
I'm
discuss
talking
something
about
else on public
rezoning.
comment. I'm not going to argue, residents. I'm going to simply ask you to stay germane to the item, or otherwise we can have you leave the room. Ms. March, you can continue the comments, and please start her time back over. Germane to the item, Ms. March.
I'll take the floor. Again, I tell you all as voters to please stay involved in your community, whether it's rezoning or whether it's dirty water, whatever it may be. Don't wait till something happens in your community to come up and fight. Because I'm telling you, these people that we elect, some of them, they're not fighting for us. And we're going to have to show them. I feel sorry for you because I work right across the street from Lone Pine at LP&L. And at 3 o'clock in the afternoon, that traffic is bad at 3, not 5. No, I'm not an analyst. I'm telling you what I see. I have to reroute myself through the bike part of Walmart in order to hit Military Trail. That's how bad it is. You have to ask yourself, what if it was me? That's the only hypothetical question you need to ask yourself, and it won't take long for an answer. I yield back to the board.
Thank you for your comments, ma'am. Additional public comments?
Mr. Chair, that's the end of public comments for this item.
And residents moving forward, I understand this is a highly contentious item that we're discussing. But I just want to be clear with all residents that we've been very respectful to each speaker, allowing for you to speak during public comments and during this item across this board. Continue to just respect the time that we're given, respect the comments, and stay on topic with the items. Public comment allows for you to speak your mind on any item you like, but these items are based upon humanity to the item we're addressing. So please, we'll continue to allow for every speaker, but we're going to go on with the item. Board, additional comments?
Chair.
Councilman McCoy, go ahead.
Do we have rebuttal?
We will have a rebuttal from Ms. Calhoun. And I'm sorry, did you want to rebut Ms. Calhoun, or did you want her to rebut from the Interested party.
I just was asking procedurally.
Thank you. I believe we can hear from Ms. Calhoun to actually address some of the concerns of the interested party. And then board, we can ask any additional questions to either party.
Thank you, chairs. Thank you, Chair. As a matter of procedure, it's been established by your council. We appreciate you allowing us an opportunity to rebut anything I missed. I'm sure my co-counsel, Brian Seymour, will make sure to address. Just a few things I wanted to point out in rebuttal to the presentations made this evening. Number one, the thing to remember is that this is private property. It is owned by residents, private residents who are in a contract to sell to another party. It is not owned by the city. It is not owned by the residents of Lone Pine. It is owned by an entity that would like to develop it. There is no guarantee that it will not be, I'm sorry, there's no guarantee that it will remain green space just because, again, it is private property. I just want to also point out, we have not made any threats to anyone at any time. We have presented evidence and facts. I'm hearing, Chair, if you don't mind.
Residents, if we can keep it down, the noise is traveling. Go ahead, continue, Ms. Calhoun.
Thank you. Also, with regard to making a decision tonight, I recognize, as I said before, that this is a very personal issue. Emotions are high, but you are guided, council members, by the city's code, as has already been stated and laid out. It has already been established that we meet the code, we meet the criteria. Whether you base it on staff's current recommendation of approval or their non-recommendation as neutral, we have satisfied the elements of the code. I've said that at least 3 times tonight. You have in your backup materials and all of the materials reviewed by staff, what you have is evidence presented by qualified experts, and that's what you are required to make your decision on. Again, the emotion is that, it is emotional and we understand it, but it is not what you are to base your decision on. With regard to property, well, there are a few things that were misstated by the residents that just false, and I can't address them all. But I will say again, property values, it is proven time and time again, and we responded when asked. Property values increase when new development is built. We have already said that we will improve the drainage system if this project is approved. And again, it was stated a few times that it doesn't take a survey, but people just need to see. But it does take a survey for traffic and all the other things. Traffic, I'm repeating myself, I know. Traffic and drainage, all of that is, studies are required, expert testimony is required. You've received all of that. Again, we've not threatened anyone, we've simply presented evidence. We are providing green space, we are removing some land, but we are making improvements. Also, we started with a number of units in our initial presentation and we did decrease over time. Is there anything else that we need to say? Thank you, that is all. We're happy to answer questions.
Thank you for your concerns and addressing the concerns. Questions from the board? Madam Clerk, roll call.
Councilperson Spiritus?
No.
Councilperson Lanier? Councilperson Miller Anderson?
No.
Chair Pro Tem McCoy?
Yes.
Chairperson Lawson?
No.
That item fails with Councilperson Spiritus, Lanier, Miller Anderson, and Chair Lawson dissenting.
Thank you for your comments. 9B?
Well, public comments.
Did you want to do general public comment? now,
Oh,
Mr.
general public
Chair?
comments? Yes.
You ain't got to, brother. You don't have to.
I'm sorry, Chair, I didn't hear the motion on either item. I'm not sure what was just voted on. You were just looking for clarity. I heard
9A.
9A, that was the vote on 9A?
Yes.
And the motion was,
I'm sorry?
what was the motion? We didn't hear the motion. We just heard the vote.
Madam Clerk, did you want to
The
restate
motion
the
was
motion?
to approve the ordinance as written, and the item failed with councilpersons Spiritus, Lanier, Miller Anderson, and Chair Lawson dissenting.
Yeah.
You're welcome.
Thank you.
Public comment shall begin at 7:30 unless there's no further business of the city council, in which event it shall begin sooner. In addition, if it's being considered at 7:30, then comments from the public shall begin immediately after the item's been concluded. Please be reminded that the city council board has been adopted rules of decorum governing public comment during official meetings, which has been posted at the front desk. In an effort to preserve order, if any rules are not adhered to, the city council chair may have any disruptive speaker or attendee removed from the meeting, from the podium, or the building. Please govern yourselves accordingly. Madam Clerk, how many public comment cards do we have?
Mr. Chair, we have 10 public comment cards. The acceptance of the public comment cards for general public comments is now closed.
Thank you.
The first speaker is Julian Jackson, followed by Lloyd Brown and Linda Baskin. Andrea.
Welcome, Ms. Jackson.
Good evening, one and all. Regrettably, I stand
Actually,
here.
Mr. Jackson, if you can give us just 2 minutes, we're going to go ahead and recess because we have a lot of residents that are going to be looking like they're leaving. So if we can start back, we'll recess for 2 minutes, board.
Bring stuff back. Ms. Evans. Mr. Evans, we ready? Ms. Evans. City Manager. Jonathan Evans. Hey, how are you? Pretty Rick. Mr. Evans. Ready to get started, guys? Everybody, if you can take a seat, please. Let's get started. Dr. Spiritus.
Gotta get it every time, baby.
The time is 8:30. Calling the meeting back to order. Madam Clerk, public comments.
Mr. Dixon, you may proceed.
Oh. Mr. Dixon has deferred to me. Regrettably, and I do mean regrettably, I stand before you tonight to talk about 9B.
No, we're in general public comments.
These issues that have been discussed have been rehashed over and over again. The public has spoken twice, rejecting rezoning. But this issue does not seem to die. The developer speaks on developing market rate housing. What does that mean? Market rate housing. Especially when the demographics alone do not support people who have grown up in this city, whose families have grown the city itself. It does not support them being able to afford a house in the city in which they grew up in, period. How do you come back and reconcile that? The theme for this city has been reimagine Riviera Beach. What is being proposed, or what has been proposed the last 3 times that I've been here, has been reimagining a nightmare. Reimagine the vacant lots along your main corridor empty, and have they been empty for years. What is being done to do those, to take care of those? The gentleman from the developer, he's put up a slide that said the operative word was for. Does he not want D.R. Horton to make a profit on these townhouses and single-family homes? D.R. Horton is a for-profit entity. They want to make money. I recognize the city's need for revenue, but revenue at the expense of your constituents who have voted no to rezoning multiple times seems to be ignored, and that cannot suffice. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments.
The next speaker is Lloyd Brown.
How you doing? My name is Lloyd Brown, so you'll know. I can understand those people, that live in Long Pine. I really can. But you know what you got to do? You got to hold these people accountable from the top to the bottom. I mean, everybody talking about who's going to be in the White House. I'm worried about the man who's going to be working around my house. You know what I mean? Who cares about who's in the White House? If the White House sent $1 trillion to Riviera Beach, it won't get here. By the time it get here, it'll be somewhere else. And then these developers, you know what they know? come to Riviera Beach, you can get what you want. I mean, fill up their pockets and they'll do what you want. If y'all ain't getting paid, y'all stupid. Cause I know if I'm gonna be doing my people wrong, I'm gonna get paid. I ain't gonna tell you no lie. They gonna pay me. They ain't just gonna come in here and do what they want to do. If you're gonna do that, then pay me. I'll let you go. Like people here are doing. They letting them go. Do whatever they want to do. You know, I went to Walmart. And I mean, I thought maybe the mayor or some people who got these areas would know. I went to Walmart and I saw this man that run that store on Old Dixie. I call it Old Dixie because I've been here 70 years. The man that run that store, they call it the stink store. You know, he go up to Walmart and okay, the president is supposed to try to be the president. She said something about price gouging. In the black neighborhood, they price gouge every day, all the time. These little stores you got in the neighborhood, they'll buy something for $0.25, they'll sell it to you for $1. And these people in our council, the mayor and all them, even, I mean, the commissioners all the way up the ladder, they know what's going on in these poor neighborhoods. Look at the gas price, $3.49. And all the people live across the street on Section 8. And I mean, you know, and nobody goes in those places and say anything. If I was a mayor, if I was anybody, commissioners don't matter. I'm gonna tell you about the water. We're gonna make sure, especially if I was a commissioner and I was up somewhere up higher, I would say, if you put me in, I'm gonna make sure I straighten out that stuff over there and wherever that golf course. I'm gonna help those people out because those are the ones that put me in here. But they're not the ones that pay me. So, you know, hey, y'all have a good one.
The next speaker is Kendrick Wiley, followed by Margaret Shepherd and Cindy March.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Councilperson, council members. I would say honorable mayor, but he's not present. So, resident, I'm a third generation, being on 35 years, so I have y'all back. I do agree with the no zoning, you know, District 1. So I agree with y'all on that, you know. But I read this article. It said Riviera Beach is a hidden gem. And the reason why they say it's a hidden gem because there's so much negativity. Every time we come to the council meeting, it's always negative, nothing positive. So I would just want to break the crack of that negativity and say some positive things that happened in a few weeks. So in a few weeks, we had back to school event. I volunteered for it. It was amazing. Thousands of people came out. Children got what they need. They smiled. They got bicycles. It was amazing. Monday and Tuesday, August 5th, August 6th, I hosted my own back to school event. Free haircut for the kids, supporting 2 local businesses, barbershops in Riviera Beach, giving back to the kids. It was an amazing event. You can check it out on my social media, Kendrick Wiley. Then this morning, 11 a.m. at St. George, I fed 200 homeless people in Riviera Beach. Me and my partner did at St. George. 200. So I'm just letting you know, everybody, this negativity is crazy, but there's a lot of positive things going on in Riviera Beach. I really wanted to address my man Mayor right here, but he's not here today. But so another concern I have, last council meeting, we talked about, we had a scholarship for the kids, 25, 30,000 for the kids. It was amazing. I said, wow, it's great. We can do like 30 kids, 25 kids, get on 1,000 when they graduate. But then later on in the meeting, we get to this investigation. Problem with investigation, you gotta do what you gotta do. But the problem with the investigation is that we can spend $60,000 on investigation. Why can't we use that same money for our kids for scholarships? So we can get more of our kids to move on more, especially how things is now in the world right now. So my biggest concern is that we can give away 10,000, a blink of an eye. Why we can't do the same, give away 50,000 to our kids in education, our future. You know what I mean? Because that's gonna be the next councilman, mayor, city manager, our future. I think we just need to really worry about our future and all the negativity we got going on right now. And let's get back to our future. So my name is Kendrick Wiley. Thank you for having me. Yeah, have a great one, all right?
Next is Margaret Shepherd, Cindy March, and Lady Goldwire.
Margaret Shepherd, Riviera Beach. Once again, this is a great city of Riviera Beach, and I'm so pleased to see my Senator Bobby Powell here today. The love and respect that you deserve. Sometimes people have to open up and see the respect. And so this election, I saw respect, and I thank you for it. And to Mrs. Spiritus, thank you so much. Just being with you those 2 hours opened up my eyes to a lot of things. I'm appreciative, and I took it all in, and I realized a change must come to this city. And just listening to you gave me the opportunity to understand who Glenn Spiritus is. I walked out the door and I began to meditate. So I thank you for that, your wonderful wife, your campaign manager, love of my life. And I'm just appreciating you more and more and more. It's important that we know that even though we make mistakes, and I heard Mr. Roger Clark say, when the election is over, it's over. You should not be harboring nothing in your heart. It was an election. And he said to Ms. Shepherd, I have God in my life. And I turned around to him, I said, I have God too. Sometimes we misrepresent God. Somebody said God is not alive, but I know within my heart of heart, God is alive. I'm really appreciative today. My youngest daughter, Latasha, fell and broke both her knees. Kids never get over you. Now she's 50. And when I got to the hospital, I heard her say, where's my mommy? My mommy, my mommy. And the doctor says, there's your mommy. And I walked in the room, I said, will you ever get over being my baby? She says, never, Mom. So today I am grateful. If nothing else, I'm upbeat. I am satisfied with my life. I am satisfied with the city of Riviera Beach. I am satisfied with the way God has planned my life. And with that, Mr. Charger McCoy, the next day, that Thursday, my phone did not stop ringing. They made me aware of one thing. If nothing else, you owe him a public apology. I don't mind apologizing. Apologizing is free. Apologizing is a way of life to allowing yourself to go free. You are in a position now that life is so short. And so you want to hold something against me? Your life would be cut short. My life would be going on. The doctor looked at me the other day. I just had my 78th birthday. And he said to me, Miss Shepherd, you're going to live a long, prosperous life. I looked at him, I said, how and why? He says, you just have it. Well, my mom was 95 years old when she died. My dad was 87. So what do I have? Longevity. And with that, I thank all of you. Mr. Mayor, happy birthday again. I enjoyed that party.
Cindy March, Lady Goldwire, and Michael Jordan.
Good evening, Council. Cindy March. Let me rebuttal about this investigation. It's not about the $60,000 that was spent. It was about the truth in the employees, about the sandbox and not in the sandbox. It starts from leadership. And to say I, that reminds me of Trump. I could never support no one saying I, because it take a whole to make us to be successful. Yes, we come to these meetings and it's a lot of negative things being said, but guess what? It's a lot of positive, true enough. But when you turn it on that TV and you still got E. coli in your water, you understand? When you turn on your TV and don't know nobody would know where they're gonna lay their head because you bring on these big developers and say there's affordable housing. I keep asking that question, what is affordable housing? I work 2 and 3 jobs, and it's despicable that you can't come to someone to just guide you, not asking for anything for free, not asking for favor, but people that you support, and just because they get caught up in their feelings, because they deserve to put politics before the people, It's not acceptable to me as an advocate for over 30 years. I will continue to fight. I will continue to knock on doors. Everybody can't lead just because you call a leader. What's good is showing up for work and you're not doing the job but intimidating your employees. This is the report. I can't even finish reading. 33 people is not lying. I can take one or two people, but when everybody's saying the same thing about Deidre Jacobs and Evans, it's some truth in it. And it's time to put it on the agenda. I don't care how you do it and when you do it. I wasn't for them firing Evans the first time the way they fired him. It's not what you do, it's how you do it. And you have to be mindful how you treat people because what goes around comes around. Don't blame the mayor. The mayor had a job to do and he did it. He didn't do it to be personal with Evans and he stated that. These people had the right to keep their mouth shut, but a shut mouth don't get fed. And they was very self-explanatory the way they was intimidated and the way they are still intimidated. It's time for Evans and Jacobs to go. I would like somebody to chair to put it on the agenda. He needs to be fired. She needs to be fired.
Thank you for your comments. Madam Clerk?
Lady Goldwire, followed by Michael Jordan,
Welcome.
and then Jackie Burgess.
Thank you. Welcome, Scholar.
How you doing? I almost feel like the speakers at the DNC yesterday coming up behind my aunt. But I have to actually agree with what she's saying with regard to what it feels like to work under the auspices of intimidation and vengeance. I don't think, unless you've been an employee that rides home in your car soaked in urine because your nerves too bad, or you got to call the fire department to come check and see what's going on with your heart, or long after you're gone, you look at your friends and they're stroking out at work as a result of work, that you get the true understanding of what it is to work in a hostile environment. I spent a week in federal court and Ms. Wynn was present, as were many others. Prior to that, I spent days while we took 17 depositions. And I don't know if they were ever made public, but what was embodied in them were gross. And what I could say is, after reading the report that the 33 individuals put forth, their situations were equally as bad or worse. Sometimes you don't know why a thing is happening to you, and then you learn that it's not about you. Sometimes it's about the people coming behind you. And the greatest gift that I got out of that entire experience is knowing that you can leave people and situations to time. It's one thing to come to work and be broke because you aren't making a decent wage to meet all of the obligations and combat inflation. But it's something altogether different to leave work broken. And if you got people in place that are contributing to that type of mayhem, and as leaders, people who go out and solicit votes, you don't do anything about it, it's egregious. It's sickening. I watch people that I grew up in a community with, even today, if they are speaking to me in the general public in the presence of some of these people, they shudder. Because there is an unspoken, you can't talk to this person, you can't be with this person, when most of us grew up like family. Mayor, you are to be commended for doing something nobody else will do. Deirdre Jacobs is a tyrant. She is mean-spirited. She is evil to the core and will look you in your face while she's doing that as if there are zero to give. Mayor, I appreciate the fact that you see these people enough to do something. It's election time. I'm wondering if the rest of them are going to do the same.
The next is Michael Jordan, followed by Jackie Burgess, and the last speaker is Mary Pram.
First of all, I would like to be respectful and say hello to the council first. Thank you, Ms. Lanier, for the conversation. First of all, with a lot of things that I see, I like to observe monitor and just make some checkpoints with some things. First of all, in this city, there's no accountability. That's the first thing. The second thing is staff get up here and ask questions about certain things that's going on with the agenda or certain processes. They say, I don't know. So this is what I'm saying. How can the answer always be, I don't know? Somebody has to know something. I'm sure you have policies and procedures in place that people are supposed to follow. And I'm sure if it's not documented, it never happened. You understand what I'm saying? We all worked in business before. I have to commend the mayor on a report that he did simply because even though no matter how much it cost, and some people say, respectfully, you could use it toward imparting it in the kids, but staff have to get out there and work with the kids. Why would I take my bad spirit and then pour it into the kids? Some things you can't keep covering up. That's why it's out of control like it is now, because it's been covered up and never been handled. So I commend you on that. So like I'm saying, even with Mr. Evans, he ain't the only problem, because guess what? Whoever he supervised may not be doing their job, and whoever's responsible for him not doing their job. You understand what I'm saying? It falls like dominoes. Everybody has to be accountable. And my main problem that I always get up here with, it's been a long time, and I'm not going to let up off the gas pedal. You got 99 positions open, should only be 98. Miss Deborah still showing her loyalty to the city and still has acting intern by her name. I cannot understand that. To me, that makes no sense. And if somebody can tell me exactly what that means, even if you have to tell me at a later time, I would greatly appreciate that. Because I don't see, if you display your loyalty to me and prove to me that you could do the job, even if you had to go back out and interview, I know what you're capable of and you showed me your loyalty. I'm going to rewrite the job description so that you can get it and the outside person can come in a lower position. That's how I would display my loyalty to you, because she's still holding this thing together. You understand what I'm saying? And yes, she cannot do it by herself. So the only thing that I'm asking you all is to take a look at it. The management here is poor. It is very poor. You understand what I'm saying? It is very, very poor. Sometimes I notice when people up talking, you turn your heads. That's of disrespect, but it don't matter to me because I know my voice loud. I don't even need the microphone. You understand what I'm saying? So like I said, I thank Ms. Lanier, all those that has time to talk, but you need to check your management. And if you ask me, fumigate the whole place and start from the beginning.
Next is Jackie Burgess, followed by Mary Brown.
Good evening. Jacqueline Burgess, former Deputy City Clerk. Mayor, I say thank you. I am a taxpayer still. I may not work here anymore, but I'm still a taxpayer. And I say thank you for this investigation. And I wish it was here when I was here. And to the young gentleman, it makes a lot of sense to me as a former employee that was harassed by people here in the city. The city clerk, the former city clerk, harassed me. And Lanier, you said, how come we didn't go to HR? I went to the former HR director. I went to Mr. Evans. I went to an assistant that he sent me to. And I even went to Miss Miller Anderson. Nothing was done. I was told in August of 2019 to sit at my desk, come to work, sit at my desk. Staff was not to communicate with me. Don't ask me any questions. It was sent out to the department heads, as the person said, I don't know how true it was, that they were not to direct any questions to me. I didn't retire to November of 2019. Come to work 3 months without doing one single thing. So you tell me that wasn't harassment, but what was done about it? When I went to HR, when I went to the manager, even went to a council person, and nothing was done. I volunteered for this city for over 30 years, was put off a bus by an employee. Told him I couldn't go to a training until me and him got into it. I sat there, was not allowed on fields, on football fields by employees. Mr. Evans knew. I had meetings with Mr. Evans. I had meetings with his assistant that he told me to meet with. What was done? The only person that helped me in that circumstance was Mr. Blankenship, and then he got harassed. But you want to say cut out the harassment while that that money is important to us because you do have a person here that's been a citizen all of her life in Riviera Beach, grew up here, volunteers here, has written 4 books, if I'm not mistaken, about the city of Riviera Beach, has been employed here over 25 years, is respected out in the community, and you tell me she can't get a job as a full-time employee, you wouldn't hire her as a deputy. She wasn't qualified. You wouldn't hire her as a city clerk. She wasn't qualified, but for 7 months, you could sit here and use her up. But Deborah, let me tell you this, out of Psalms 110, he will make your enemies your footstool. And everybody that's trying to use you up will be out of here and you'll be stepping on their feet, on their heads. Don't never forget that.
Your comments.
The last speaker is Mary Brown.
Ms. Mary Bram, are you here?
Mayor Bram, good evening, Chair and Board.
Welcome.
First of all, let me congratulate the winners as well as the losers on the elections. I always like to say it is really no losers because once when you put yourself out there, you have done tremendously well. Senator Bobby Powell, he had over 10,000 and some odd votes. Attorney Richard Rouse, 5,300 and something. The Port Commissioner, it was such an uproar. But see, once when you do things, you brand yourself. You see the shirt Miss Bram has on? Everybody know Miss Bram was all over Palm Beach County. I was all over Palm Beach County. Why? For the same very reason, to make us better, to see how we can get better, to engage these people in facts, not friction, but facts. The report indicates 33 residents. Do Ms. Brown believe all of them? See, I stood up in this chambers 3 months ago, and I spoke about the sandbox because I know that's how investigations normally go, because I want the council people to act like men and act like the leaders. Some of them, no, Ms. Bram does not believe them. Some of them have great validity, but we as a city and board, we are the ones to see, and we are the ones to do the things to correct these things here. It's not only just those 33, it's perhaps others as well too. But I'm gonna say something as far as the chair is concerned. You have perhaps some lawsuits that may be coming in here because in your decorum here, it states here, officials shall not be recognized, shall be recognized by the chair and shall not interrupt a speaker. Displays of anger, rudeness, impatient, lack of respect, personal attacks are strictly prohibited. My attorney says that word prohibited. See, Ms. Brown, only here, only in this territory here, that this type of behavior exists. And we must do better. We must lead by examples. The same thing happened over at the Planning and Zoning Board. Last Thursday, same thing. Stop making excuses. That freedom of speech, it is some critiqueness in there. It is not all like that, McCoy. It is not all like that. We are still governed and bound within that realm there.
Thank you for your comments,
We
ma'am.
must do better.
Thank you, Ms. Bram.
We
Thank you.
must do better. We must.
Mr. Chair, that's the end of general public comments.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Mr. Evans, you want to address any public comments?
Not at this moment, Mr. Chair.
Okay. Questions from the board? 9B?
Item 9B, ordinance 4221, an ordinance of the City Council of the City of Riviera Beach, Palm Beach County, Florida, approving the application from Wantman Group, Inc., requesting a zoning map amendment from an RO Recreation Open Space District designation to a RPUD Residential Planned Unit Development District designation for approximately 63.58 acre parcel of land formerly known as Lone Pine Golf Course with postal address 6251 North Military Trail, Riviera Beach, Florida, identified by parcel control number 5642423607000010, providing for severability, repeal of laws in conflict, codification, and providing for an effective date. Mr. Chair, we do have public comment cards for this item. The acceptance of public comment cards for this item is now closed.
We have a second? Motion been made and properly seconded. Ms. Evans?
Mr. Chair, members of the board, at this time, I'll have the Director of Development Services, Mr. Clarence Sermons, to discuss this item.
Thank you, Mr. Manager. Good evening.
I don't mean to interrupt, Mr. Sermons. Chair, I'm not sure. So you could do one without the other. You don't have to. I thought that it would be, you know.
They presented both items together, but because it's two separate ordinances, we have to vote on both.
Okay.
Yes, ma'am. Mr. Sermons?
Yes. Mr. Chair, staff's previous presentation encompassed both items. No further presentation at this time, and I am available for questions if there are any.
Questions from the board? Public comment cards?
James Elder.
Members of the board, thank you. James Elder, 40-year resident of Lone Pine Estates. Again, I'm asking for your help in voting no on item 9B. It goes along with the first one, 9A. Again, you all heard me already today, and really nothing has changed. I think it's a very bad idea, not only for us, but for the city, all the other businesses on Military Trail, from the traffic to the the utilities, the water, the drainage, everything that you've already heard tonight. Their proposal and their development does nothing to really help that. They sat here and they told you that it will, but that is not the case. And the studies that you're looking at, that you do not have new studies. These go back 4 years. Population has changed. There's other developments. Businesses have come in. And again, it would be a bad step. So I'm asking you to vote no on 9B. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments.
The next speaker is Bill Wolotic, followed by Edward Ward and Rochelle Hughes.
Good evening again, Bill Walatich from Lone Pine Estates. I guess you've already noticed that D.R. Horton hasn't left yet. What seems to be the problem here? Are we repackaging A in a different way? Is it the same BS that they're repackaging into another item? This doesn't make any sense. This should be voted on right now where we say no, so we can all go home and enjoy our evening. Enough is enough with this already. They're going to come up here, they're going to say the same thing over again, but they're going to put it in a different package. They don't seem to understand that if it looks like a duck, it quacks like a duck, smells like a duck, and walks like a duck, it's a duck. And what does that mean? Is that it's not a duck. It's what you guys are trying to tell us. Enough is enough. Let's put this to rest and put this beast in the sack. Please vote no, and let's get this over with. Thank you.
The next speaker is Eric Ward, Rochelle Hughes, and Margaret Shepard.
Hi, I'm Eric Ward. First of all, I'd like to thank all of you that voted against 9A. Thanks for doing the right thing there. As far as 9B is concerned, this evening we already had a vote to increase more development, this time along Leo Lane. That's going to, among other things, not only increase the traffic and make these matters worse, it also takes away, maybe not really green space, but it increases the density, making our lone pine green space that much more valuable. Changing the zoning would be a total destruction of that green space, and the value of that can't be underestimated. The other issue that was kind of hinted at that could be a problem is that the recreational zoning protects that space from being taken over by the live local law. If it's changed to a residential zoning, then you lose control of that. The live local law can be invoked, and despite the fact that they may be saying that they're going to put in this certain number of housing, they could come back and change their plan, and you can't do anything about it, according to the way they've represented that law to us. This should be a moot point. Just vote against this rezoning, and let's just be done with it. Thank you.
Rochelle Hughes, Margaret Shepherd, and Lisa Wilcox.
Good evening again, board. I pretty much, what I would say is exactly what I said for 9A. No to rezone. Thank you for the vote on 9A, and I hope that we get the same vote for 9B. We live here, so there are a lot of issues, and we all, the residents of Lone Pine, would love to work with the city on ideas, suggestions, anything. I've been door to door in my neighborhood. I met people that I didn't even know, I've met new faces, and they're all, we love our community, and we love that green open space that we bought our houses to enjoy. I do want to mention one thing that there was an article about a golf event. I believe it was called the African American golf event that took place and it was spearheaded by a lady who grew up here in Riviera Beach, was a golfer, and I couldn't get it to open, but it talks about how golfing is a $103 billion business. How cool would it have been if we could have had this African American Golf Expo and Forum on a golf course in Riviera Beach? She's from Riviera Beach. That would have been amazing. Would have been awesome. So I just want to, say, that's one thing now the city is missing, is a golf course, and it's a $103 billion business. So please vote no on 9B. Thank you.
Margaret Shepherd, Lisa Wilcox, and Reverend William Burrs.
Margaret Shepherd, Riviera Beach. Once again, I want to thank the city of Riviera Beach allowing me to stand in this particular place. I thank you for allowing me to speak the truth. Why do we keep stirring the pot and warming the soup? No means no. We said no. Now allow them to live their life. I remember when Viking was over in my neighborhood and I voted for the project. This council voted it down. Lakeview Park, yes. And so I am with the agreements with it. I am with the idea that people want to live their life the way they want to live their life. They have put their whole life savings into those houses over there. So why do we keep talking about it? Why do we keep stirring the pot? 4 years. 4 years when planning and zoning said no, and this place was packed out. So I'm trying to figure out, why do we continue this? Why do we upset the residents? Some of them of age like me. And I know that I don't feel like coming out here to keep repeating myself. For what? Let us put this to rest. Let us say no, no rezoning. Let's say no mean no. D.L. Hort is a very rich company. Why do they want to come over here to us? They don't live here. Do you really think when things are backing up and the water's backing up or you're having problems over there, do you think they really care about them? Well, I know they don't care about me because I don't live there. But it's very important that, and it will be a contentious race this year because, first of all, people are tired of saying the same old thing over and over and over. And it's now we need to turn this page. And I agree, we need to turn the page. If we want, at least me, I don't know about anybody else, but I want to live a nice, comfortable life in my old age. I want my children to come to my house and enjoy me. I want them to enjoy what I have. I want to go where they're at and to enjoy them. And I love Long Pine. I love Long Pine. The beams in the ceilings, the backyard, the ducks, the birds, whatever. I used to do tailgate parties. And then they cross the fence, bring everybody over. It was just a one-party deal. That is a way of life that I would want my children to live, to be able to mingle with their neighbors, be a part of the community. And I hope you say no. Thank you.
Lisa Wilcox, Reverend William Burrs, and Annette Dragon.
Good evening, Lisa Wilcox, Lone Pine Estates, since 1989. Thank you for voting no on 9A. We appreciate that, and we hope you'll vote for us in our favor against 9B as well. I understand that you said that D.R. Horton can continue to reapply, but the city doesn't have to approve the application, do they? So that you have, I believe you have the power to not bring us back for the next 4 years over this, the amount of time that we've put into this. You know, before I'd go to school all last year and the year before that and the year before that, I get up at 4:30 in the morning to read this stuff and to go through it. We've been knocking on doors. It's really consumed us for 4 years. And the stress of it, I think, has really taken its toll. I think we've had enough stress in the last 4 years. And then to have this added to it just is not a good way of life, you know? So we'd really appreciate you putting this to bed. As far as the driving goes, my parents live in Arbor Park. They lived for years out in Rustic Lakes on 5 acres. And then they decided to downsize and they bought just a few minutes from me. It takes me 5 minutes to get from Lone Pine to Arbor Park. But during rush hour in August, when I leave and I go from their house, I can't make a left turn to go south. I have to make a right turn and I have to go up and make a U-turn. And then out of the goodness and kindness of my heart, I hold back traffic for Woodbine, for Turtle Cay, for Indian. I mean, you just constantly are helping people just get through. And I'm like, come on, guys, you know, let these people out. I'm only one lane here. It's horrible. And it takes me 40 minutes, 30 to 40 minutes to get from Arbor Park to Lone Pine Estates. And that's August. This isn't our busy time. This isn't when all the snowbirds come down, you know, so that's something. I would really, you know, encourage the people from Arbor Park, Woodbine, Indian Trace, Turtle Cay, and Lone Pine Estates to listen to our city council meetings and to get involved. We need everybody. We know you guys have a lot on your plate, and we need everybody thinking, praying, doing for you all. We are for you, and we're for Riviera Beach. We love it. That's why we live here, and we haven't moved out. And just a little side note, Jonathan Dickinson State Park has a proposal for 3 golf courses. They've been met with a lot of resistance, but why would they do that? because golfing is still great. And Lone Pine, the former Lone Pine Golf Course, has been shut down in the past. It was shut down for years when the, owners could not sell it until the Gerlichs bought it this last time. So thank you.
Reverend William Burrs, Annette Dragon.
Hi, Annette Dragon again, Lone Pine Estates. This is easy. Just say no. Your residents don't want it. Your constituents don't want it. The people generally don't want it. Just say no.
The last speaker is Alvin Williams. Alvin Williams. Mr. Chair, that's the end of public comment.
Additional comments from the board? Madam Clerk, roll call.
Councilperson Lanier.
No.
Councilperson Spiritus.
No.
Councilperson Miller Anderson.
No.
Chair Pro Tem McCoy.
Yes.
Chairperson Lawson.
No.
That item fails with Councilperson Lanier, Councilperson Spiritus, Councilperson Miller Anderson, and Chairperson Lawson dissenting.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. 9C.
Item 9C. Ordinance 4262, an ordinance of the City Council of the City of Riviera Beach, Palm Beach County, Florida, approving comprehensive plan amendment from Silver Beach Partners LLC, amending objective 1.8 of future land use element of the city's comprehensive plan to establish consistency between the comprehensive plan and chapter 31 of the Code of Ordinances, Article 5, District Regulations, Division 23, Planned Unit Development, District Regulations, Section 31-4972 and 4, and Section 26-8B3 of the Riviera Beach Code of Ordinances, Chapter 26, the Minority Employment and Affordable Housing Opportunity Plan, in order to update maximum densities accordingly, providing for applicability, conflict severability, and codification, and providing for an effective date. Mr. Chair, we do have one comment card for this item. The acceptance of comment cards for this item is now closed.
Second.
Mr. Evans?
Mr. Chair, members of the board, if I could have the Director of Development Service to make this presentation.
Thank you again, Mr. Manager. Good evening again, Mr. Chair, members of council, Honorable Mayor, and Madam Attorney. The item before you now is new to the council floor. The project has multiple components to it. The staff presentation will cover the two ordinances related to this project for the future land use map, the comprehensive plan amendment and the zoning map amendment. The header for this item has already been read into the record. The zoning item associated with it is the next item on the agenda. The location of the project is indicated by the red dot on the screen before you. And here before you is a closer view of the parcel subject to the proposed development. And I'll give a brief summary of what the applicant is proposing. As you would have seen in your backup in the applicant's letter of intent, the project encompasses a 25-story mixed-use development. The proposed development program consists of 399 residential units, 9,680 square foot of ground floor retail space, 17,120 square feet of restaurant area, and 11,000 square feet of office space. The development would total 1,344,045 square feet of gross floor area. The existing conditions are a vacant retail building, formerly a grocery store. The parcel ID, again, has already been read into the record. The lot size is approximately 3.385 acres. The current zoning is downtown general, and the future land use is downtown mixed use. The first component, the first ordinance before you related to this project that would be necessary for it to move forward is a text amendment to the city's comprehensive plan. The city has made multiple changes to the land development code over the past several years. One of them notably was the revamp of the MEHOP ordinance. During that time, language was inserted related to maximum densities of the city and exceeding those for the purpose of affordable housing. We got direction from this board at that time that at some point, the comprehensive plan needed to reflect that same language. At this time, this applicant has preceded the comprehensive plan full update that staff is working on. So they have brought forth this amendment in order for their project to move forward. Essentially, the land use intensities and densities table would be amended as shown on the screen and in your backup to show that the maximum FAR for the IHC PUD zoning district is 5, which makes it consistent with what is already approved in the land development code. The next ordinance requested by this applicant is to change the current zoning from downtown general to IHC PUD. And the proposed before and after map are before you on the screen now. After extensive review by staff, legal and outside agencies, the project was found to be consistent with the city's comprehensive plan and code of ordinances and is now ready for consideration by this body. The requested zone change application was also thoroughly reviewed. It is found to be consistent with multiple objectives and policies of the city's comprehensive plan. This hearing was properly noticed according to state law and city regulations. And staff has received 6 non-public hearing communications related to this project, 3 in favor and 3 against. Staff recommends that City Council approve the 2 applications associated with this project without condition. And that concludes the staff presentation.
Councilman McCoy.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, for indulging me. Mr. Sermons, can you give me the rational basis on how you decided that this project gets a recommendation from you of approval?
Yes.
In comparison to the others, which ironically has the same components: future land use, zoning, and I guess we'll see a subsequent site plan.
There was a lot more clarity in this project, but also staff received the previous direction from the board that you expect a positive or negative recommendation. So with that, I wanted to make sure that we provided that on this project.
Councilman McCoy.
Evans, perhaps I'm not connecting the dots, but your staff person just said he listened to what the council said to make his recommendation. There has to be a process. At this point, he's already proven that he will do whatever direction that has no basis. He listened on this to what the council said. I don't know how that's any different. If staff is going to give a recommendation, it needs to be founded in some sort of process that's based off of something that is factual and that he stands by based off of his professional experience and not based off of what we say. We're not, at least I'm not an urban planner. But certainly it just can't be a hodgepodge cherry pick the controversial projects we stay out of.
Mr. Chair, if I may.
That's so unfair to us.
Mr. Evans, go ahead.
Mr. Chair, just a couple of items with respect to this. And so certainly I think the board has made it clear that it wants an opinion from staff, whether it's approval or denial, and the rational basis for those approval and denial. So subsequent items will have either a staff recommendation or staff recommends denial based on certain factors. Realistically, the staff is to look at the items consistent with the code and the appropriate land use regulations and the comp plan to see if there's consistency and uniformity with regards to that. And so, subsequent items we will make sure that there is an affirmative opinion or perspective on staff based on those documents. This one, though, was a item that the board certainly should recall is when we did have a workshop with the town of Lake Park and talked specifically about a project to this particular scale. And I believe it was at the CRA meeting where that joint meeting occurred, and it was emphatically stated by the board that they wanted us to move forward with a project similar to Nautilus 220, and then ultimately move forward with some policies that would help facilitate that. And so that was the impetus behind the MIHA being created, to facilitate development such as this. And so this particular project, there was a lot more discussion with the board, but the note has been taken from the board as it relates to having an affirmative opinion on items moving forward. And so we'll work with staff to make sure that's clear and have the basis for whether it's approval or denial in the future.
Thank you.
Additional comments, Councilman McCoy?
Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Any
I'm
additional
trying to
comments?
order dinner. Hopefully I can get it by the time Wayne Richards gets done.
Did we have the applicant presenting?
Yes, the applicant is here and prepared to present.
Thank you. Welcome, sir.
Good evening. Brian Terry with Insight Studio on behalf of the applicant. Mr. Richards, I think, is going to observe this evening. So I'll try to keep this as quick as I can. Let me get the presentation pulled up. And I will shorten this presentation this evening. I'm going to try to keep this very specific to the application request that we have in front of you this evening. As was mentioned by Mr. Sermons, we have a variety of applications here this evening. We have really just two that we're asking you to make a motion towards, which is the comprehensive comp plan amendment. Again, we're not changing the land use of the property itself. This is simply a text change to the existing comprehensive plan to make it consistent with the changes that were already made to the land development regulations now, I think, close to 2 years ago. So it's really just a clerical cleanup, has nothing to do with actually modifying the land use that's on the existing property. And then the rezoning, which is the request to the IHC PUD for this piece. So again, Mr. Sermons covered this very clearly. The language that was already placed in the land development regulations accommodated for up to 5 FAR for an application that is an IHC PUD through the means of utilizing the MIHA program, of which we are through this process. And subsequently, due to the comprehensive plan language in this table, making that small caveat to clarify it so that that language is now adopted within the comprehensive plan. It also then gives the opportunity to be at 5 FAR for the overall development parcel. So again, clerical, really just not a modification of the land use that's already in place through the property. As you see here, the land use, again, site location is right there on the very northern border. As you all are aware, Silver Beach is the northern boundary of the municipal line, and this property is directly adjacent to it. This property is in a unique location. I mentioned this at our CRA meeting. The fact of the matter is, there are a variety, it was discussed about the different parcels that are along Broadway. This one is in a very unique location, being that it is directly adjacent to the marina, happens to be in Lake Park, and then also development, Nautilus, but more importantly, it's the northern entrance into the city of Riviera Beach and the opportunity for that to become a cohesive and a great entrance into the city. Again, this is the Old Winn-Dixie. It's important to note, this is not displacing anyone's home. This is not displacing anyone's business. All of the existing businesses that are in the shopping center to the south of us will remain. It's designed, and we can ultimately get into the site plan conversation at hopefully the next meeting, and we can talk about how it integrates and how it works. But I just want to make that note, make it perfectly clear. It's in a vacant, abandoned building that's being utilized right now, basically for construction activities adjacent to the property. So it has no active use. Again, image from Silver Beach, and then this is the view on the corner from – Lakeshore Drive and Silver Beach. Again, briefly, Mr. Sermons touched on this as well. The overall development proposal, again, we can touch on a lot of the site plan components to this and this mixed use project. But it does have all these components, has the residential, has the retail, has a restaurant, and office space, all combined within the one singular development to be a true mixed use and great, again, kind of entrance into the city on the northern end. I'm going to show you a couple of renderings. I just want to, again, just so that everybody has an understanding of what this proposal would look like. This is a view of South Lakeshore Drive, sorry. It represents a lot of the improvements that are being made across the project. We're talking about a lot of infrastructure improvements, roadway improvements, utility improvements, drainage improvements, landscape lighting, FP&L. So there's many, many things that are being done to this property and the adjacent surrounding roadway network to make it a better development and a better community for all that live near it and will be able to utilize it. There's a civic greenway that is going to be dedicated for public access use along Silver Beach Lakeshore Drive. Again, this is a rendering. We can talk more about that at the next meeting. And then this is the intersection of Broadway and Silver Beach. So you can see that new, again, gateway entrance to your fine city. This would be the southern view on the if you're approaching from the south on Broadway, how you would see the building and approach the building with, again, the retail and the cafe components all along the street front. So public outreach obviously is something that we tackled early and often, frankly, through this process. We started with door knocking. I think I covered this a bit in a previous presentation. Going door to door, making sure people were aware that the project was taking place and the applications were being made. Had multiple outreach meetings, and then specifically we've been meeting again with our most immediate neighbors there to our east. And so multiple times this has been discussed. I think in a previous meeting also, we were asked what was the feedback that we received through those. There's been a lot of them, but most recently, we've really kind of drilled it down into a couple of very specific requests that we're working with them on. One has to do with FP&L. Obviously, we're burying a lot of the power lines and the infrastructure that's on this property and surrounding it. We've also been talking with FP&L about the opportunity in Riviera Shores and the fact that their community is also going to be within, and I apologize, I can't read from there. It's called the FP&L Storm Secure Undergrounding Program. So that community is on the list and ultimately will be burying their lines within their community as well. A very specific concern was raised related to the dewatering. Dewatering is a function of when they're constructing the foundations, essentially, they have to pull the groundwater away so that they can construct the foundations themselves. That could potentially have impact on irrigation wells that for adjacent residents. So we're going to be working through that permitting process. We're trying to understand the radius of influence in that process, and we're communicating them very clearly. All that will have to get resolved before we can have any permit to do that dewatering work. And then traffic and circulation, not surprisingly, that was a point of concern. So again, we've been working very closely with the city staff, the city engineering staff, Palm Beach County staff related to traffic. So we are making significant improvements along Silver Beach Road for additional turn lanes within that right of way to accommodate not just a cross north or a west bound crossing lane, but then a dedicated left and a dedicated right to really expand the capacity of that intersection and allow not only the proposed residents within Oculina, but all those that use Lakeshore Drive an easier access point and egress point onto Broadway. As was mentioned, our application, certainly the backup, I think, documents that there's a lot of written narrative, there's a lot of plans, there's a lot of reports, all of which are there to identify our compliance with not only the requirements of the comprehensive plan, but those of the land development regulations as well that are tied to the rezoning request. So as was mentioned, we believe we documented our compliance with that, and I understand staff is suggesting the same thing, that they've reviewed those and believe the same. So to that point, that is the end of our technical presentation. I do have the pleasure of Ms. Leah Gaines here with us this evening, who is working with us on the development of our MEHA program. She is here and available to speak to that component of the application as well, if you so desire to hear that aspect of it. Other than that, we have the rest of our development team and professionals here to answer any questions you have.
Public comment cards, Madam Clerk?
Mr. Chair, we have one public comment card.
If we can hear the public comment, then I'll hear questions from the board. Go ahead.
Margaret Shepherd.
Thank you. Welcome, Ms. Shepherd.
Margaret Shepherd, Riviera Beach. I was kind of surprised. Wayne Richardson talked. He was very theatrical. He said that he dropped from the sky, and Mr. Evans said, "Oh, this is wonderful." So dramatic. You know, yet he didn't speak today. So I'm kind of baffled. 399 of the apartments, I understand, and you're talking about the businesses will not be affected. I differ with you because the some of the stores right there called me and came over and talked to me. It was such a pleasure to talk to them. You said it will not affect that neighborhood, and I want to say I don't think so, because I had an opportunity to talk to some of the residents over there. But I know that we have to start redevelopment. I understand that. And while people think I don't like redevelopment, I do like redevelopment. Since I've been here, I've signed off on a lot of projects that I think are just great. The Ambert, I don't live over there, but I'm hearing a lot of problems. But anyway, we are into redevelopment. Whether I like it or not, 399 apartments, to me, that's a little bit too much for me to suck in, because it will be affecting me. Here it goes. It's going to affect me coming around Longshore Drive to get to Silver Beach Road. But I'll leave that alone. It's up to you all to decide how you want to work with that. It's not going to affect you all because you're living somewhere else. I want to go to the jobs. I keep hearing people say, we're going to have jobs, we're going to have jobs, jobs. Sit in planning and zoning, and that is not true. I find myself going to those different places, and I don't see any of us. Maybe I'm blind, but I make sure I go every single day, and I don't see us. I think the only project was the WISE project that built this project that they're labeling in, and I hope that's what you all do. If that's what you want to do, it is fine with me. I'm just one person. But make sure that the city of Riviera Beach, our people, us, get jobs, a living wage. Make sure that they have the opportunity to live here in the city that will be affected now, because we're coming from the island over into the Broadway area, which I think is a great project. I have nothing against it. Absolutely nothing. I don't want nobody to go home and say, well, Ms. Shepherd just does not like redevelopment. That is not me. I'm just saying, since you are putting it on the table, I know Ms. Gaines, I think she's an excellent Black woman. She has proven herself to me over and over again. And I want to say, I hope you do well by us. Thank you.
Mr. Chair, that's the end of public comment for this item.
Councilman McCoy, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just one thing. So, Mr. Terry, pretty good presentation. I just want to point out, and I share this with the members quite a bit. So July 24th, 2024 was not a recommendation of approval. When an item goes before the CRA, it answers one question: is it consistent with the CRA plan? So I would hope that we understand that going forward, because it's not you. I actually read that in the article by Wayne Washington that suggested that it was approved by the CRA. It technically wasn't, because if we find that it's not consistent with the CRA plan, it actually still comes here. So that's not a requisite stop. And I see that sometimes we seem to believe that that is some sort of absolute requirement. It's only to answer that question. But I did have an opportunity to meet with agents for Oculina, and I certainly am impressed with the project and I'm looking forward to it. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you for your comments. Additional comments from the board?
Yeah.
Councilwoman Lanier, go ahead.
Yeah, I do have a little heartburn with this. I talked about this at the last meeting in regards to the densities and the sheer number of apartments in that small space. I thought it was going to be the whole entire plaza, but it's my understanding it's just the old Winn-Dixie building. And that's a lot of units for that space. I remember that space when I was younger. It used to be a bank. Union, Barnett Bank, different banks, and then it became a grocery store. And that space, because I kept thinking that it was that whole plaza, and it's just that space there, and that's a small space. I have some reservations about the frontage of it, how close to the road, because that other development next to it it's so close to the road. So I'm not against the project. I just have some reservations about some of the issues that may arise in regards to that project. I know that there was some opposition from the surrounding community, and also too when you talk about water and you talk about traffic, those are some issues that we really have to make sure of because it is in the city of Riviera Beach. So I do have reservations about the project in regards to the number of units in that tight spot. That's really my only, not really my only, but that's the thing that gives me pause for this project. But I'm all for development, but it's just a lot of units in that tight space for me.
Mr. Chair.
Councilman McCoy.
I thank you for recognizing. I didn't want to interrupt, and I certainly respect her concerns, but we're here on the future land use and zoning, and that's not germane. To that point, it really is very tough to kind of balance this as a chairperson. I understand that. But the very basis of this is the additional bonus units that was granted by the MEHOP. So to say that it's too many units, I think number one, that's a site plan issue. And secondly, that really goes against the very purpose of what the code allows. So if you don't like the number of units, then you have issues with the MEHOP program. And I think this should be a distinction that when we're talking about what's before us, when we do the future land use and the zoning, it's very difficult, but we should try to strive to keep it consistent with the requirements of modifying our comprehensive plan to change this, and then also the zoning to a IHPUD. That's just my concern, Mr. Chair.
And thank you, Councilman McCoy. I was going to address that because we are talking about zoning, and that was a topic of discussion previously. Even the applicant was hesitant to address certain concerns that were not relative or germane. So thank you for addressing that, Councilman McCoy. Mr. Sermons did have a few quick questions in reference to a few items that are going to be coming before us. And I know the arts and public places process is going to be attached to I believe, the site plan on the next reading. Will we be discussing the arts and public places component at that time?
At this time, there's been no discussion related to a art and public places physical component of this project, which means the applicant would be just paying it at the fee stage of the project for permits.
Right. So that will be addressed at what stage will we talk about that?
Before the issue, before the issuance of permit, they would be responsible for the art and public places fee. If they were interested in doing an art installation on site themselves, that would have come up by now. It is not my understanding that the applicant is interested in that, but if they have some other sentiments they wanted to express now, I'm sure they could.
What I'm asking for you, would that be addressed during the zoning discussion or on site plan discussion?
At this time, it would not be discussed.
Sorry?
It would not be discussed in any of the public hearings because it would be a permit stage item.
Good. Timeline, and actually what's going to happen next. In our agenda review, you discussed that this has to go before the state. Can you give the board a clear timeline of if this is approved, what's going to happen next?
So if this is approved, staff would need to package this for transmittal to the state review department that oversees changes to certain types of changes to the comp plan. This text amendment does meet the threshold for the requirement of the state review. We would transmit this to them within the next few business days. They would in their review time, provide us any comments or objections that they may have. In addition to the state, we would need to transmit it to the regional review board of the other local municipalities that share review of comprehensive plan amendments, as well as the South Florida Water Management District and all those that are required by the state. Those transmittals would be made right away. As soon as we get the response from the state saying that we have been provided an adoption window for the item, we can then program it for second reading. And at the second reading, we would bring forth the site plan and any other documents that require public hearing.
Expected timeline?
I can't speak for the state review timeline. I would expect probably no less than 60 days, but I can't speak specifically to what turnaround time they would provide.
So what is the expected timeline that the state is allowed? Do they have a certain time that they actually can give to review an application?
For general review, I have not found any turnaround times. They do have an expedited review. This application does not fall under that, to my knowledge.
Okay. I just want to make sure that
I'm sorry, I thought you finished.
Yeah, just finish one more comment. And then I just want to make sure that we don't miss any deadlines, timelines. The item that we previously spoke about was back before us because there were a few things missed on the state level and when it was brought back to us. I want to make sure that we're clear with the timing of when this is going to come back before us, what's going to be the schedule and expectation for going to the state and then coming back before the board, and then decision to actually vote on it on the second reading. So I just want to make sure we're all on the same page and it's understood. When it goes to the state and the application, it has to be sent to the state within what time frame? Because I think the last time it had to be sent within 90 days, 60 days.
I'll have to double check the state statute. It does give staff a limited time that it must be transmitted to them. I'll double check that.
So I would expect us to know that tonight so that we could know, the board can know when this is supposed to go to the state, because this is the same issue that we just heard and why we were looking at the last item, because those timelines were not met. So this is the same exact issue that I'd like for you to clearly state with the board. And if you want to look that up while Dr. Spiritus has his other question, then I have no problem with that, but I want that on the record. Dr. Spiritus, go ahead.
Mr. Sermons, I believe under the MEOP program, there's an affordable housing.
Correct. Yes,
right?
it is a provision in that
Right.
ordinance.
Right, so you have the opportunity to either provide the affordable housing in the building or turn over money to the city to be used for affordable housing. Is that correct?
That's correct.
So how do you determine the value of the affordable housing units when it's not being built in the building?
The ordinance has a per unit fee that the developer is responsible for. So it is a flat fee that they are responsible for per bonus unit that they receive due to MEHOP.
So in this particular case, how many units would there be?
How many bonus units?
Right.
I can look that information up. I don't have it readily available. And so my staff member next to me does have that answer. But to the previous question, the transmittal deadline is 10 working days. So if this is approved tonight, within 10 business days, we are required to have transmitted this to the state for them to initiate their review. For Dr. Spiritus' question, I would like to yield to Principal Planner Kurt Thompson on that question.
Mr. Spiritus, essentially what MEHOP, excuse me, what MEHOP is, it does two things: affordable housing and employment, i.e. it's called the Minority Employment and Affordable Housing Opportunity Program. The number of units, the height of the building can only go 240 feet. And then after that, through MEHOP, they can get an extra 60 feet to go up as high as 300 feet. That will give them approximately another 60 units. Long story short, they will qualify for about 73 units, but in MEHOP, it says that you credit it times 0.5 times each number of unit above that. So in other words, you do $105,000 per each unit, i.e. through the affordable housing program. So it's essentially they are now will qualify for $4,935,000 that they would contribute to the housing trust fund in lieu of building or providing affordable housing. So you can do either affordable housing or contribute to the housing trust fund. 105,000 times half of 73 is like, I'm sorry, it's 94 units, and half of that is about 47 times 105,000 is the $4,935,000, which will go to the housing trust fund. They've indicated they could do either or both, but the 4.935 million is what they've submitted in their application.
Thank you. The city certainly needs it. Thank you.
Thank you. And thank you for the information, Mr. Sermons. Mr. Evans, if you can make sure that staff notifies the board once it's been transmitted to the state within this 10-day period, please.
Chair?
Councilwoman Lanier.
Yeah, I just wanted to say that, I'm all for development and, whether it be future land use future land use that's on the agenda or the rezoning request that's on the agenda. I have some reservations about the project, and I can say that. And whether it relates to the future land use or whether it relates to the rezoning, I have some issues with it, and I have the right to say that. Whether it fits into this description or not, we're talking about a project that's going to be on the corner of Silver Beach and Broadway that is going to be humongous. It's going to bring some money to the city, of course, because that's what we need here. But I do have the right to say that I have some reservations about it.
Thank you, Councilwoman. Back to the arts and public places. This is my last question. You mentioned that hasn't been brought up as a discussion as of yet. Since it's a new policy, at what time would the applicant then submit their information for contributing a fee or to develop some type of structure on the project? You said during permitting?
So if it was the intention of the applicant to develop an on-site art installation, that would have needed to be included in the site plan. And we've reviewed the site plan and reviewed it against our code.
But we haven't reviewed the site plan yet.
When staff is reviewing the site plan,
correct,
they would have needed to indicate at that time where the artwork
Question
would
earlier
be.
as to when we would actually see or discuss the arts and public places component. So that's why I asked, is it going to be at the next reading when we actually review and talk about the site plan? Because there's no site plan attached to this item currently.
Right.
So I'm assuming, and I'm asking the question of staff, when will we have that discussion about arts and public places?
If it was going to be a component of the site, it would be during the site plan hearing. So since it is not a part of their site plan, we wouldn't have that conversation with the body. In this case, they would pay the fee at the permitting stage.
Okay, so the site plan is going to come before the board at the next meeting. You're just kind of being proactive by letting us know that it wasn't in there.
Yes.
Okay, and at that time, I'm assuming that it will just be a fee.
That's correct.
Okay. Dr. Spiritus, thank you for the question. That was my other question that I was going to ask. Board, additional questions from the board? Thank you. Madam Clerk, do we do public comments?
We don't have any more public comment
Thank
cards to this item, Mr. Chair.
Roll call?
Councilperson Miller Anderson,
Yes.
Councilperson Spiritus,
Yes.
Councilperson Lanier,
No.
Chair Pro Tem McCoy,
Yes.
Chair Lawson.
Yes.
The item passes with Councilperson Lanier dissenting.
9D?
Item 9D, ordinance number 4263, an ordinance of the City Council of the City of Riviera Beach, Palm Beach County, Florida, approving a rezoning application for Silver Beach Road Partners LLC, requesting a zoning map amendment from a DG Downtown General District designation to an Inlet Harbor Center planned unit development, IHC HCPUD district designation for property located at 3700 Broadway and providing for an effective date and for other purposes. Mr. Chair, we do not have any public comment cards for this item. The acceptance of the cards is now closed.
So move.
Second.
Has been moved, properly seconded. Mr. Evans?
Mr. Chair and members of the board, if I could have the Director of Development Services, Mr. Clarence Sermons, to make this presentation.
Thank you, Mr. Manager. Mr. Chair, staff's previous presentation did include this item. We have no further presentations at this time, but we are available for any questions that there may be on this item.
Questions from the board? Madam Clerk, you said we had no public comment cards?
That's correct, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Questions from the board? Roll call, Madam Clerk?
Councilperson Spiritus,
Yes.
Councilperson Lanier,
No.
Councilperson Miller Anderson, Chair Pro Tem McCoy,
Yes.
Chair Lawson.
Yes.
The item passes with Councilperson Lanier dissenting.
Thank you. Discussion, City Manager?
I have nothing, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Any comments from earlier public comment that you want to address?
Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Attorney Nguyen?
No comments, Mr. Chair.
Comments from the board, starting with Councilwoman Lanier.
I just wanted to bring back to the forefront the report that was done by the mayor. I know that there was more funds given to that particular project, and I was hoping that we can have this aired out in public. And I wanted to know how close we are to doing that. And in addition to that, given, reading the report, I would like to request any, written documents, any audio that was recorded. If we're going to air this out in public, I need to have as much information as I need to be able to, look at this from a fair standpoint. So any information that involves audio recordings, written documents, notes, as it relates to this will be very helpful in coming to some conclusion with it. I don't know if I'm asking this from the council or if I'm asking this from the mayor or from the city manager. Maybe the mayor. How close are we to getting the information? I think, a couple of us requested at the last meeting to be able to get the information that we need to make an informed decision about the report.
Thank you, Councilwoman Lanier. And that was actually my question. I thought we had talked about bringing this on this agenda. If maybe there's an update or a reason why we didn't have it on this agenda versus when we will discuss it. And I'm not sure if that's Attorney Nguyen, Mayor, or City Manager. Same question as Ms. Lanier.
As it relates to the information, Ms. Lanier, I understand that the clerk's office is still doing redactions, completing the redactions of the audio. It should be available on Monday. And we will be able to furnish that to you all then.
But let me ask, I'm sorry, Chair.
Go ahead.
Why does it have to be redacted for the council?
There's some health information in there. It's what I've been told. I haven't heard them yet either. And so she has to redact those for HIPAA reasons.
Okay, thank you.
So the holdup is based on the redaction from the report?
Redaction of the audio
Oh,
recordings.
the audio. Okay.
Yes, the report you all have received.
Correct. What is the next steps with this report?
Chair?
Go ahead, Mayor. Thank you.
So I was advised by attorneys not to do, if the council want to have a public meeting, they can call that meeting. That meeting won't be called by me. If you guys want to meet with the attorney individually, we would do that. Again, I did a report, the inquiry investigation based on some employees. I am and will be asking maybe the city manager to answer some questions because he is the head of the city's day-to-day operations. And these are his employees that made those claims. And so he has to answer that. I can't answer for him. I just did what the charter allowed me to do. But just up under some legal analysis, it's just not good to do an open investigation or have an open forum where we're discussing this openly to the public. But again, if you guys want to call the meeting, you have the right to do it, but I won't call an open meeting. Thank you, Chair.
Chair?
Councilwoman Lanier.
Yeah, and the reason why I'm asking for, supporting documentation for this is, number one, this is a report that said final, but now it's not final. Second of all, there are some, I have some reservations about the authority the mayor has to actually do this. Under the charter, it says that the day-to-day activities of the city and the employees are under the purview of the city manager. So I have that issue. And then on top of that, it's a report that has 33 employees out of almost 600, which is less than 1%. So if we're going to do this, we need to do this in such a way that it is scientific, in a sense that we're getting a sample size that is indicative of the entire city. And also we have to make sure that we are hearing from the entire city, the entire population of employees. The mayor said at the last meeting that there were other employees that wanted to come forward, but this thing needs to be done in such a way. I don't want to make a decision based on less than 0.5% of employees of the city. It needs to be something that is done in a sense where everyone has an opportunity to voice their opinion. And also, too, I still would like to ask the attorney to give me some feedback, some ruling, for lack of better terms, on the mayor's authority to actually authorize such a document, given that the charter, even the recent charter amendment in 2019, clearly stated that employees are under the purview of the city manager. So if I can get some of those things cleared up, then we can move forward. I know I can, and be able to make informed decisions about what happens with that report next.
Thank you. Mayor Felder and then Attorney Webb.
Yeah,
Mayor
thank you,
Felder.
Mr. Chair. I meant the charter allows, it says the mayor has the right to investigate or audit any department. Once that's done, the charter says he must give a copy to the city manager and to the board. That's what we did. So that gives me the authority. I did what the charter allowed me to do. So any attorney, our attorney can answer that question. If you read the charter, the mayor's duties and responsibilities, it will tell you that, Madam
Chair?
Council, I'm not done.
Okay, go ahead.
You have a problem about spending more money. We got other employees, trust me, that want to come and give a report. From my understanding, the board, some board members are complaining about what it's costing. It costs to do, you guys know what as I do, it costs us with Ladies March. We spent a whole lot of money on that, right? So if you want to put more money and let employees come, trust me, they will come. So that's not the issue. We have, we can piggyback and you want more. You have I don't know, does the charter allow you to go to employees and talk to them? Or if they even want to talk to you at this moment about some of these issues, but we did it the right way. We didn't do it, I can say this, I didn't do it in a way where I had a gotcha moment, like I think some of you guys did to a council member. I did it the right way. And if we're going to argue that, we're still trying to figure out you can read the charter, Councilwoman, it's there. All right. And so let's stop playing these games. You guys have a responsibility. I did my job as the mayor. Right. And so there's levels of responsibility and accountability, right? Yes, Mr. Evans, and listen, like I always say, I have no negative contracts, meaning I don't have contracts with people that I'm doing something wrong and they know I'm doing something wrong and we ain't gonna tell them each other. So I sleep well at night. But when I took on this, it was given to me. I said many times, I talked to the manager about this, and it just kept coming. So we did what we had to do, and I don't want to go back and forth. If you want to get more employees to come, because listen, we didn't solicit anybody to come. All right, This ain't something we picked out people that wanted to come and say what's going on in this organization. Once we open it up, these people start coming. We close the door on people because of funding. And then, you guys complain about funding. That's what you're complaining about. But now you're here this evening saying, or tonight saying, you think other people should come. Well, pass some more money and we'll get the job done. And you'll get more people if that's what you're looking for. That's the easy part. But decide on a budget on what you want to spend, and I continue the investigation. Thank you, Chair.
Attorney Nguyen?
I will provide an email to the council on the mayor's authority to have conducted the investigation. That was the request.
Thank you. Councilwoman Lanier, you wanted to jump back in, you said?
Yeah, I just wanted to say that, I don't know where the resistance is coming from. I'm not asking from a point of what you're saying, Mayor. I'm asking for the attorney to give us a ruling on the authority that you have to actually do this report, and that I felt that it wasn't a scientific report in the sense that it wasn't a sample size of the city of Riviera Beach in terms of employees, and that we're looking at less than 0.5% of the employees, and not to diminish or dismiss any of the employees in that report that had those concerns. That is not the issue here. The issue here is the authority and it being done in such a way that it covers the entire city of Riviera Beach and not just particular employees. Now, saying that, this is not something that I'm taking to be lightly, because it is something that has to be looked at. I've said that, and yes, I've said that there's a significant amount of money that is happening around this, and we still don't have any information about, we just have a report. We don't have any transcripts. We don't have any, the people were not under oath. We have nothing to give us any more information to be able to make an informed decision about what the conclusions were in this report. So that is my ask, to be able to make this informed decision. And, it comes down to, subject matter jurisdiction. And I just really want to get a ruling about the mayor's authority to be able to deal with employees versus the city manager.
And I do believe some of my colleagues have some additional comments. Madam Clerk, the time is 9:58. Board, if we can allow for everybody to finish their comments, if we can have a motion to extend the meeting until we finish.
Second.
Motion made and properly seconded. Madam Clerk?
Councilperson Spiritus,
Yes.
Councilperson Miller Anderson,
Yes.
Councilperson Lanier,
Yes.
Chair Pro Tem McCoy,
Yes.
Chair Lawson,
Yes.
unanimous vote.
Ms. Miller Anderson, and then Councilman McCoy.
I thought during one of our last meetings, when we last talked about this, we talked about not having the other side of the story. And so I thought we were saying that the people were going, well, Ms. Nguyen, I think, was going, HR. They were going to go to Ms. DeCoste so that we could figure out how many people are interested in giving their side of the story, so that we had a better idea as to how much more money we would be talking about. And did I recall that correctly?
You did recall it correctly. However, some employees they're not sure that they want to come forward. Some have, and they may want to come forward with their attorneys, so they ask for time, or HR may have to give them a certain amount of time. So we're not there yet.
Okay, so I guess that's one of the things that I was kind of missing. So to have an update as to where we are on this whole matter. But I am interested in having this public meeting with the attorney, just like she came here the very beginning. Just like we published this report to the public. I mean, I think it's already out there, right? So I don't understand why now we got to have individual meetings behind the scenes. I mean, I definitely want to hear where we are in terms of the people coming back to give their side of the story, and then wrapping up the investigation by having both sides. But I don't understand the point of meeting behind the scenes. I'm not in favor of that.
Mr. Chair, can I say something?
Hold on a
Just to
second.
address that.
Go ahead, Mayor.
And Councilwoman Miller Ennis, I would like for you to talk to the attorney because, even a report, you can have 15 to 20 more lawsuits that come from this inquiry, right? So we want to be careful with that too, right? And so, if you want to speak with her individually, let her explain it. I mean, listen, you have every right. I just say I'm not calling a meeting. You guys have every right to call a meeting. But just be careful on how we do it right now. We're still working. I mean, we put it out for employees. An employee's name that was in that report, they have a right. But this is due process. It has nothing, no form of punishment has been given to an employee, right? So if you understand due process, it's when if somebody's going to be suspended, they have opportunity to have due process. If somebody's going to be terminated, they have an opportunity to do due process. Right now, nobody's made any moves for any punishment. So technically, those employees that maybe have been in that investigation, um, if they want to, Mr. Evans, if he wants to write a report or sit down, he has every right to. I haven't made any judgment what I'm going to do. You guys haven't made any decisions what you're going to do. So technically, you know, you don't have any due process. It's not happened. Now I want to go back to the same energy of 19 employees that was names that was put out there. They wasn't up on the oath. I would question what gave you guys the right to vote on a council person to send a report to the governor using 19 employees that names were on the news that wasn't up on the oath.
Not even written.
Right? And so, we can, you guys are contradicting yourself, and the more you talk, you're almost giving somebody some legal ammunition.
Yeah.
Because you're saying this about my investigation, but you guys did totally different. You voted, you made a claim, you voted, you sent it without doing due process. You did a punishment. I haven't done that yet. So get to understand and know the law, and this will work itself out. So just be careful what you're saying and how you do it, because you guys are really contradicting yourself. Thanks, Chair.
Mr. Chair.
Councilman McCoy, then Councilwoman Miller Anderson.
Preacher Rep, Mayor, you took the words right out of my mouth. In fact, I'm gonna go ahead and add a little bit more, since my colleague down on the north end of the table seems to forget the authority. She, in fact, sat on the Charter Review Committee. And that Charter Review provision that came up in 2019 says the mayor and the city council shall make inquiry and investigation in good faith. So that's the authority in of itself, Miss Wynn, if you need a head start. Secondly, there were no, this isn't a survey. Number one, Miss Wynn, this is not a process where we're going to go and sit and ask every single employee. These are employees that came to make a complaint in good faith. So what my colleague is suggesting, to go and survey all 600 employees of the city in the CRA, is impractical and impossible. And that's way outside the scope of what the manager is doing. He was presented with issues. He acted in good faith. You don't go and ask every single employee. If someone has a complaint, then you address it accordingly. Secondly, there certainly weren't any transcripts, weren't no reports. And I'm glad you brought that up, because it's the 14th Amendment to the United States Constitution that says no state shall make or enforce any laws that shall abridge the privileges or immunities of the citizens of the United States, nor shall any state deprive any person of life, liberty, or property without due process of the law, nor to deny to any person within its jurisdiction the equal protection of the laws. Perhaps if she didn't know, I rest my case. Yeah, I see you looking at me on the screen. I rest my case, because everything you just said, I hope you got a lawyer.
Councilwoman Miller Anderson.
I'm going to say. Well, I think what I was trying to say earlier until I got cut off, we talk about lawsuits possibly coming from this. I mean, that's pretty evident, I think, already. So by having the attorney come
to do the meeting. I don't see how anything is going to be any different. I think when that report was released, without getting both sides of the story, that kind of already put us in a bad situation. So I'm not worried about anything. What I do want to happen is to get to the bottom of it. I mean, if it's a legitimate concern, it's a legitimate concern, but I think you can't make a decision until you get both sides of the story. And that's pretty much it for me. I do want the same thing, the recording, as well as any notes that were taken or any kind of documents that were utilized during the time of the interviews. And then I'll just go from there. Thank you.
And I guess that was my question earlier, when I asked, what are the next steps? Because I just got additional information that certain individuals may want to consult with attorneys. They would need additional time. I just wanted to know what was going to be the next steps. The mayor said he's not calling a meeting. So what are we doing next with this? And is this going to be a topic of discussion where we have a public discussion about it so we can make sure it's due process, make sure that we're doing the right thing as a board? There are times that the board may have not done the right thing, so making sure it's being done properly. And we understand what needs to be done. So Attorney Nguyen, is there any clear direction as to what we're going to be doing next? Or would you like to see that from the board? Are we going to do a closed session, maybe to discuss it because the mayor said it's not ready yet? What can we do right now to have this discussion because we want to move forward? I don't want the residents to have this report that's out and us not be able to address it clearly, because just to have this report that was put out there, a discussion, I don't know, has Mr. Evans taken the report? Is he taking consideration into it? I don't know what we're doing with it, and I want the entire board to be on the same page.
I don't know. Next step is for, as soon as the clerk has finished her redactions and has compiled everything, you all, in addition to anyone else who has made a public records request, will get that information. In addition to that, there is a meeting between myself.
Wait. So the report hasn't been sent out to the public?
For instance, Ms. Lanier and Ms. Miller Anderson, as well as others, have requested notes and audio, those sorts of things. So we will have to compile all of that when the clerk has finished her redactions of the audio. I believe she's gone through all of the notes. She has. She's indicating that she has, and so that's ready. The last part, my understanding, is that the redactions are the redactions of the audio recordings. When we get those, because I don't have those either, Ms. DeCoste and I will have a meeting because we have to listen to them as well, and we haven't done that.
Okay. I'm asking board because the mayor addressed concerns. He did a report. He got back a report. The mayor said he's not calling a meeting. Are we going to call a meeting to address it? Are we going to have any further discussion? What is going to be the pleasure of the board?
And you cannot have a closed session because there is no pending litigation.
Thank you, Attorney Nguyen, for clarifying that.
Chair.
Councilwoman Lanier.
Yeah, no, the issue is this. I mean, it's people are saying that they're having some issues here at the city. It needs to be aired out. I mean, why would you not want the public to know about this? This is an issue that, according to the report, there are issues with morale. There are issues with supervision. So why would you, this is the public's domain. That means that anything that goes on in the city has to be reported to the public, which means that if there is an issue, then we need to have the information that we need to be able to come to a decision or an educated conclusion about what is happening. Now, I said that because, you know, what happened with Mr. McCoy is not an employee. The council are not employees. What happened with him was a censorship, basically, because he attacked one of his co-workers. He did donuts in the parking lot of a small Black business in the city. Those were things that led up to the council voting 4-0 to send that document to the governor's office, to the ethics. And it was just something that the council wanted to do because of safety issues. Now, that was handled by the council. The council is not employees. Mr. McCoy is not an employee. These are employees of the city, and they need to be given the same access in terms of being able to say what they need to say, but also, too, the public has the right to know. And I think that that is something that we need to come to a conclusion or come to an agreement on as a council in terms of what does that mean? How does that look?
Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Councilwoman. Mayor, go ahead.
Just one more thing. I got to get out of here. Councilwoman, you are exactly right. The council has the somewhat, I guess, the rights to censor another council person. That's what you want to call it. But you added 19 employees of the city into that. Don't skip that part.
They didn't put in that
See,
right.
you brought 19 employees and said these employees, and I got calls that night from employees when their names was on the news that stated we did not say that. So don't forget the part. The most important part is you guys said these 19 employees had complaints. That's not true. You guys, as the council, had every right to censor another council member, right? So, that's what I'm saying. You're contradicting yourself because you guys brought 19 employees into your claim that wasn't accurate. I can guarantee you the 32 employees that came, the 33rd was some financial stuff we need to find out from finance director. I guarantee you those 32 employees came to me. I didn't go seeking them out to make any claims on anybody like y'all did the 19 employees. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Mayor.
Chair.
Councilwoman Lanier, go ahead.
Yeah, I'd just like to say that in terms of the 19 employees, that was something that members of this board asked the HR department for. This was not something that I put out. This was something that was requested by members of this board about complaints about Mr. McCoy. And those complaints came from HR. They didn't come from out of the sky. So it wasn't about that. It was about the fact that Mr. McCoy had an altercation physically with his colleague. And it was an issue of safety for this council. So it had nothing to do with the employees. It was just the fact that there were employees who said the same thing. And it was requested to the HR department to ask for any complaints that were against Mr. McCoy.
Go ahead.
Thank you. To that point, since she wants to continue to insist, let me go ahead and set the record straight. Mr. Chair, can I be indulged and have the CRA interim executive director come up? Because apparently he was listed as one of those employees, and he, along with members in his staff, said specifically they had no clue where this came up from, nor was it even documented. And for her to speak on something which there's no such report that is even complete or conclusive that can even speak to any kind of altercation with my colleague that I've even given any sort of statement on. So to suggest that you're going to take action on that is clearly a violation of my due process rights, both during that whole investigation and as well as the action that the board took. So I don't know if you realize it, but at some point I would expect that the attorney should probably tell the councilwoman from the north end that she probably should stop while she's ahead, because what she's continuing to do is make the case where you have disparate treatment among two separate cases. You got a city manager, and for all intents and purposes, we are employees for a number of different reasons. So, Mr. Chair, is it appropriate that we go back and forth about this, or do we just let this go? Because clearly, I can assure you that I've gotten more than a dozen that told me the same thing. In fact, I can see about 3 or 4 in the room right now, and I didn't go seek them out. They came and said they had no idea, and not to mention, there was nothing documented inside of Human Resources. Somebody compiled a list of who they believed, which came out to be people that was literally petrified that they had their name included in a report that they had no idea about. So, and then it was the basis of hearsay. So this is the very fundamental reason why due process exists, because of that reason. I don't want to even dwell on that no more. I think there's a more appropriate a venue to deal with that at. So, but I did want to say that, but I think this is more or less of exercising futility and double standard, because clearly I can tell you for certain Councilperson Lanier was on the Charter Review Committee, so she knows exactly what that authority grants. Mr. Chair, that's all I have. I'm ready to make, if you will
Thank you,
indulge
Councilman.
me, my comments, because I gotta get to my son.
Thank you, sir. Councilwoman Lanier, are you done with your comments for the evening?
Yes.
Thank you. Councilman McCoy?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Evans, perhaps Mr. Sherman, even Mr. Costi, the SEIU collective bargaining, when can those employees see that payment or those increases in their pay, since that was April, I believe it was? How soon in effect will that be?
Mr. Chair,
Mr. Evans?
it's usually the first full pay after ratification, so most likely it will be the first pay period in September 13th? September 13th.
Okay. The next item was CBRE. Do you have an update as to where we are with that?
Mr. Chair, if I may?
Go ahead.
Yes, that item is slated to be on your meeting here in September.
Okay.
Which meeting?
Your first meeting in September.
Thank you.
All right, my last thing is, what is administration's response, if any, in terms of Kaufman Lynn's failure to comply with the SBE requirements for 87 and 88 when they did the essential, or I guess the fundamental or equivalent bait and switch, if you will, with those contractors that they listed in their proposal that they never made good on? And are we going to invoke some sort of clawback provision? Because this has been outstanding for a while, and certainly nobody has responded to say anything differently.
Mr. Chair, if I may?
Mr. Evans, go ahead.
Today I received a 64-page letter from Kaufman Lynn that refutes the claims that were alleged by the city's owner's rep concerning Fire Station 88 and 87. And so I can provide that to the board, but I got that late this evening, and so I haven't had the opportunity to read through that or share that with the procurement director. So there's some additional information, and then we're obviously reconciling it from the city side. So I can provide you with that memorandum, but it does go kind of point by point to what is provided for in the code, as well as what the contract calls for.
Yeah, but even from the compliance standpoint, we shouldn't be waiting to rely on them. There should have been a report by them showing us where they had complied, Mr. Evans.
Mr. Chair, if I may?
Mr. Evans?
The actual response from Kaufman Lynn does go kind of point by point to, in fact, provide that. And so I briefly skimmed it. I didn't put a lot of time, energy, and effort into it, but basically, whatever the questions that were provided and the questions the board had, they did go point by point, and even responded to the letter that was sent directly to the board unbeknownst to staff from our owner's rep. So I'll forward that to you this evening.
Right, but the owner's rep does work for the city, and the contract was approved by the board, so I don't see why not. But that was exactly what I was concerned with, because it seemed to me administration either didn't know or I don't know. I just was kind of shocked. I guess there's some other issues regarding items I see on the utility district that seemingly continues to be on here with expired piggybacks. So I want to certainly address that tomorrow when we convene tomorrow on that item. That's all I have for that, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Councilman. Councilman Spiritus?
Okay, here we go. First, I'd like to thank the city staff and the city manager for working many, many hours overtime in the last couple of weeks. We had a force main of the sewer blow on Singer Island on Park Avenue. They did a great job, and thank you to Boynton. Other municipality help us, and I'd like to thank them for helping us resolve that issue in a very timely manner. We had a similar situation with 2 water pumps over the weekend on Singer Island. Thank you to the staff again for working overtime to ensure that the infrastructure worked properly. Clearly, we have an infrastructure issue, and the city council has to be concerned with this for the future. We can plan all the buildings we want, but if we don't have an infrastructure capable of handling it, it'll all be for naught. Second thing I'd like to, I've already discussed this with the city manager, but you know, there's a new state law now with respect to structural integrity surveys for high-rise buildings and certain reporting and inspections that are required by the city to do. And I think it's important that we hold a forum for all the buildings on Singer Island to update them. Oh, actually, it's not just Singer Island, it's on the other side of the bridge as well, to ensure that everyone understands what the laws are and what the process is going to be moving forward. Thank you. Nothing else. Thank you, Chair.
Chair,
Councilwoman Lanier.
I'm so sorry. I forgot. There is an announcement to make for the, this Saturday, there is going to be a West African Drum Circle. My office, in conjunction with the American Heart Association, is having a family-friendly event designed to reduce stress, promote relaxation, and foster social connections. This is a free event at the city's Brook Center at 594 West 4th Street. It is a drum circle. It is drums, but it's really kind of like exercise and reducing stress. So it'll be at the Brook Center this Saturday at 10 a.m. to 11:30 a.m. Thank you, Chair.
Councilwoman Miller Anderson.
I have nothing.
Thank you. With no further business, meeting is adjourned.